said Owen Benjamin tried to poison my lasagna. That's how you're going to try and diss someone in a wheelchair? By saying that the wind blew them over? That's your slight jab at me, buddy? Nice try. Must be nice to try and make jokes like that. Found out about Owen Benjamin and the Unbearables. I can't remember exactly who told me about them. It might have been one of them who had reached out to me, actually. Long story short, in like March of 2018, I was looking to, of course, continue building the show, and I was looking for a group of networkers, kind of like-minded creative conservatives, and I was told about the Unbearables. I found out about Owen through the JRE podcast. To be honest, I wasn't really a big fan of him comedically. Like, I thought he was okay, but he wasn't, great. But I kind of liked what he was doing with the whole, anti-trans kids thing. That really spoke out to me. And in the beginning, the Unbearables seemed to be a great network. People who were doing creative stuff like art and design and podcasting and video production, parody, songs, musicianship, in the case of Chuck Forrest, and just late night streams, which was how I met the original DZ guys. Of course, John Neary was my first interview for the brief period of time I was with the Bears. But here's the thing, Owen's not even a conservative. He's a fucking leftist, posing. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. How dare you! Owen is doing the shit that mass shooters do before they go out and do a school shooting. Here's my manifesto. We need to get rid of the weak people, and I'm not saying he's going to be the one to do this. An Australian man murdered his wife with a pair of scissors, stabbed her in the chest. This is a warning to the general public about Owen Benjamin. We warned you. How dare you!
Must be nice.
According to him, the goat urinated on him first, in front of Amy.
all this gay talk is pissing off my German Shepherd.
Yeah, you're quiet as shit to me. How do I sound? Okay. I mean, I can hear you, but you're just really quiet. Live that. Let's just go live and figure it out there.
Alrighty, folks, good evening and welcome to tonight's edition of the Whitfield Report. I am your host, Sam Whitfield, broadcasting live here from NGC Studios, joined as always by Apex Gamma, who apparently I'm a little quiet on his end.
No, you actually sound great now. From the moment you said good evening, everyone, you sounded perfect. So, hi, folks. Hi, Sammy. Hope everyone's had a great week and is having a good weekend.
Well, glad you guys are, here for the show. So, welcome, everyone. Welcome, Saucin. Probably not Jen. Haven't seen you in forever. So, welcome back, I guess. And so, yeah, we're here tonight. And, man, it's been a shit show of a week, hasn't it?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It feels like every one of, it's easy to forget about shit that happened 3 months ago, 6 months ago, much less a year ago. The chaos, it's been shitty week after shitty week, but they seem to keep topping one another in one way or another. But yeah, it's been a quite a hefty news week to say the least. Hmm. Uh, yeah, there's audio issues now. Yeah. So I guess check mic check. I guess they can hear me. You fucking boomer. But anyway, while you fix that up, um, avoid the dead. Uh, okay. But no, I did, and it was a joke. I did say before we
Okay.
started talking about. Can you hear me, or am I
Yeah.
talking? Okay, good.
Now the people should be able to hear me. The other thing is, if you remember last week, I broke. I
Yeah, we remember you broke your mic.
Yeah,
You get your.
I broke this little mic, so I'm using this mic instead, and I had to configure OBS, which I got working again. So,
Very
um,
cool. But
and
to address that, I did say, quote, I kind of unironically support the Taliban, end quote. So, and I mean, I thought that was kind of pretty obviously a joke. But
yeah,
the only thing that I support is that people, not just the Taliban, have the right to fucking rule themselves, and they don't need ours or anyone else's, boots on their neck. So,
yeah.
but
Well, this is the whole thing, is right because this week has just kind of before we even dive into like the news stuff, and I've got clips and whatnot, but the one thing that I've kind of been I wouldn't really want to say I've been dealing with, but I've been talking to people who served in Afghanistan, Dictator Phil being one of them. And it's been really hard for him and other veterans I know who served in Afghanistan to have gone over there and, served, and then just to have, you know, 15, 20 years of, uh, you know, work just, go to shit. Not even in a month, but in a matter of days. Um, Not even people who were initially, saying that this whole thing would, go to shit. They were saying it would take, a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year at most. I don't think anyone, certainly I didn't predict that the Taliban would just march in there and, you know, it's no longer white boys summer. It's Afghan boys summer, as someone on Twitter pointed out.
well, since they're technically Caucasian, well, I think it still fits the rule.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
but no, I
guess.
mean, but dude, I mean, I know several, veterans, and it's in some of them, it's triggered like this. Think I get, like the conspiracy part of people's brains. People that didn't really think much about this shit, like they are going hard and they're losing their shit kind of. But then a couple of my older friends that have served, friends and or acquaintances, they're kind of all over the place with their feelings because I mean, just as all over the place as you could imagine, because a lot of them, at least one of them specifically, spent, talking to him the other day at the bar. he was equally saying how he hated, why we were there, and we weren't, he didn't like what he was doing, but it's still like it's, talking out of both sides of his mouth. Like he's proud, but like he also hated it, and he didn't think we deserved to be there, or that we should have been there. And he saw some fucked up things, but he also saw some good things. And like, yeah, we should let the Afghanis run their country, but yeah, but they need fucking, so it's push. What's up, Kick Boy?
Howdy, gents.
Oh, good evening, Fat Cake. How you doing?
Doing fine. How about yourselves?
Well, we're just it's another week in media, so there's no lack of stuff to talk about. That's for sure. Um, Probably not.
Oh,
Real quick.
we talking about Afghanistan?
Yeah, real quick. In the chat, probably not. Jen says my husband went to Afghanistan many times. He lost best friends. It's really, really tough. His feelings are all over the place. Well,
There you go. Right. Yeah, exactly.
first off, to Mister, to probably not Jen's husband. Thank you for your service. And that was kind of I talked to Dictator Phil on Wednesday night. We kind of did like a Wednesday night podcast, and he was saying the same thing. Like his emotions are just all over the place because, the reason why we went in there was kind of convoluted at times, but people still went in, and people still sacrificed limbs and, in some cases, life too. So,
Indeed.
but anyway, yeah.
What do you got? You got some hot takes, Kick Boy? What do you think?
About Afghanistan?
Yeah, just yeah. I mean, yeah, in general, I suppose.
Well, I'll just say Afghanistan now. Only one. Well, I don't know if I can say it as one word or two words, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Cluster fuck.
That I mean, yeah. The title of this episode is the Afghan SNAFU, situation normal, all fucked up, and I mean, I think that's pretty accurate in this case. What's interesting to me is how even Biden's like hardcore supporters now are starting to turn against him on this. That is, I wouldn't really say it's fascinating, but I can't think of another word to say. And just like you and I have tweeted all week, Apex. Well, at least there are no more mean tweets, right? So,
Yeah,
Right.
but hey,
Well,
Margaret, you voted out the guy who did mean tweets.
mm-hmm.
That's what they focused on instead of just the guy who. I mean, Trump had his faults, but at least the one guy that he at least he fought to get shot, and the one thing that he really did well was, in his own words, bomb the shit out of terrorists.
Well, not just that, but if you think about it, we didn't really get into any major wars or conflicts under,
That
no, not only
you're,
no, we no no
you're
no.
right.
You can't say that ambiguously. Like he broke a 40-something year streak of new presidents starting foreign conflicts. He was the first president in, I don't remember how many presidents, but I think it was like 40-something years to not start a new foreign conflict.
right. So within all of our lifetimes here in this chat, and probably even in the live chat, I would assume he's been the only president to not start any conflict. Which
Well, I mean, he
is
started conflict for sure, but it was all for a purpose. He didn't start any armed conflict. That's what I was
right,
just saying. He didn't
right.
start any actual wars. I mean,
And now we might be going back into what's even more kind of funny to me is the fact that Biden is trying to pull us out, supposedly, and yet we're going to be sending more troops in to help us get out. So it's like, what were we even doing pulling out in the first place?
Well, yeah, let's not get bogged. Or I know you got clips and shit. I don't want to get too bogged down too early.
But-
Well,
you said you wanted to
can
do
I-
a general. Go ahead, Feck. Go ahead.
Yeah.
well, is there if I give out my thoughts on the whole Afghan situation?
Sure.
I literally asked for them, so
Okay.
yeah.
All right. It'll take me a little bit. But I mean, the moment we got Bin Laden, we won that war, basically. Obama had a chance with some political capital after he got Bin Laden, after the SEALs got Bin Laden. That would have been the year for him to get out of Afghanistan, and he would have got a lot of praise for it. You know what I mean? And we didn't have to be there. He fucked up by pulling out of Iraq. He should have got out of Afghanistan after getting Bin Laden instead of Iraq. I mean, Iraq, back then, it was getting kind of stable a little bit, you know? But now, we've been there too long. Few hundred more American deaths and wasted more money. All just for the CIA to get more of that opium and start using it to poison people around the world, making that money.
Well, they moved away from the opium and started using Chinese fentanyl around just during the Obama era. You can see the correlation. So I think that's part of the reason that they've been so willing to just fucking say fuck it, because they've got all the Chinese fentanyl that they could want.
Yeah, but I mean, we should have got out of Afghanistan 10 years ago, and it would have been a bright spot on Obama's presidential resume, But I mean, what we got out of Afghanistan is like there are movies and there are books about certain conflicts in Afghanistan, And I posted a post on Twitter about top 5 historical moments in Afghanistan, like certain battles or whatever. I mean, there are some others, but these are like ones I can think, like certain events in Afghanistan. Like one is the Battle of Takur, also known as Robert's Ridge, where you refer to this combat Air Force combat controller John Chapman got a Medal of Honor after he was almost left for dead by the SEAL Team 6, but he was alive and he fought against the Taliban. I mean, y'all can Google all this shit, I'm telling you. The other one would be, number 2 would be the assassination of Pat Tillman by our own government, no less. And number 3 would be Operation Red Wings, aka the Lone Survivor. And if you can find this out by watching that Mark Wahlberg movie or read the book Lone Survivor. And number 4 would be the Bin Laden raid, and number 5 is the shoot down of Extortion 17, which there was like over 30 Navy SEALs that were killed in there, and ever since then, it's been a lot of conspiracies, and there's a lot of shit coming out going the black box and that Chinook was missing. They say there was bullets inside the bodies of the SEALs, like something happened in there, and the military just covered it up, and nobody knows. And the SEALs were cremated. They were not supposed to be cremated, but all the bodies were cremated by the military. So I've ordered a documentary about it, and I'm about to watch it at some point and see what it is, because man, this whole global war on terror just pretty much shows that our military has done a lot of fuckery for the last 20 years.
For a lot longer than that. Yes,
that's true.
Yeah, a lot longer than that.
Yeah, no longer than that. Like, for example, do you know that we still got POWs in Vietnam? Most of them probably didn't know, but we still got POWs there that we have just abandoned.
That can't be true, because Vietnam is an ally now.
Oh, well, the thing is, though, if they're not in Vietnam, then I've read reports that they have probably been taken to the Soviet Union. I mean,
who's also, a tacit ally at this point, but.
Yeah, but they're not going to say they got POWs. They're never going to say that.
I don't mean to be rude, Keck Boy, but I don't want to trail off. We gotta try to be the co-host here. We need to move on to the actual whatever we're going to be talking about tonight,
Right.
instead of just the
Right, Afghanistan. That's just a little side note. I just want to say, anyway, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
you're good. You're
no,
good, man.
no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but there was a clip of Biden on Good Morning America, and apparently this is what his base is starting to turn, or I guess this was the spark that kind of caused some of his previous supporters to start turning on him, because he said he did not expect, now he's saying he did not expect the withdrawal without chaos, even though just like 2 months ago he said, yeah, it'll be fine. So
U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Trump had some sort of plan to get us out of Afghanistan in a dignified way, and Biden just said, "Fuck those plans. We're doing it my way."
Can you guys hear that?
For the first time,
Well, I don't think
the
Keck
US
was
military
watching.
would stay as long as it takes to get all of
Hang on.
Americans out. He was also defiant, insisting we had to get
I
out
see it.
now, admitting
Okay.
no mistakes. Back in July, you said a Taliban takeover was highly unlikely. Was the intelligence wrong, or did you downplay it?
There was no consensus. If you go back and look at the intelligence reports, they said that it was more likely to be sometime by the end of the year.
You didn't put a timeline out when you said it was highly unlikely. You just said flat out it's highly unlikely the Taliban would take over.
Yeah. Well, the question was whether or not the idea that the Taliban would take over was premised on the notion that that somehow the 300,000 troops we had trained and equipped was going to just collapse. They were going to give up. I don't think anybody anticipated that.
Senator McConnell said it was predictable the Taliban was going to take over.
Well, by the end of the year, it said that was a real possibility. But no one said it was going to take over then when it was being asked.
When you look at what's happened over the last week, was it a failure of intelligence, planning, execution, or judgment?
Look, I don't think it was a fair. Look, it was a simple choice, George. When the Taliban, let me put it another way. When you had the government of Afghanistan, the leader of that government, get in a plane.
Okay, so I do want to point out real quick, Biden almost said it's not a failure, even though it is. And that's what people are kind of, I guess, seizing on, is the fact that
He said a lot more than that, buddy. But
yeah.
Go ahead.
Taking off and going to another country. When you saw the significant collapse of the Afghan troops we had trained, up to 300,000 of them, just leaving their equipment and taking off. That was, that's what happened. That's simply what happened. So the question was.
That's simply what happened. Joe, you were saying a month ago that they were like tip-top shape, that they weren't going to falter at all, and now you're just saying, it's just what happens. And by the way, I do want to point out, I love how now we can call Biden the Orange Man.
Yeah, Orange Man has fucking returned, buddy.
Yep.
Listen here, Jack. I don't know what they're spraying on my skin, but it makes me look great for the cameras. You see, good.
I'm Joe Biden, and I'm running for Congress.
In the beginning, the threshold question was, do we commit to leave within the time frame was set? We extended it to September 1st. Or do we put significantly more troops in? I hear people say, well, you had 2,500 folks in there and nothing was happening. There wasn't any war. But guess what? The fact was that the reason it wasn't happening is the last president negotiated a year earlier that he'd be out by May 1st, and that in return there'd be no attack on American.
Say his name, Joe. Say his name. Come on, you can do it.
That's what was done. That's why nothing was happening. But the idea, if I had said, I had a simple choice. If I had said, we're going to stay, then we better be prepared to put a whole hell of a lot more troops in.
But your top military advisors warned against withdrawing on this timeline. They wanted you to keep about 2,500 troops.
No, they didn't. It was split. That wasn't true. That wasn't true.
They didn't tell you that they wanted troops to stay?
No, not in terms of whether we were going to get out in a time frame.
Yes, they did. They most certainly did, as it's come out.
All troops. They didn't argue against that.
So no one told, your military advisors did not tell you, no, we should just keep 2,500 troops. It's been a stable situation for the last several years. We can do that. We can continue to do that.
No, no one said that to me that I can recall. Look, George, the reason why it's been stable for a year is because the last president said, we're leaving. And here's the deal I want to make with you, Taliban. We're agreeing to leave if you agree not to attack us between now and the time we leave on May the 1st. Less than 2 months after I was elected to office, I was sworn in, all of a sudden, I have a May 1 deadline. I have a May 1 deadline. I got one of two choices. Do I say we're staying? And do you think we would not have to put a hell of a lot more troops? We had hundreds, we had tens of thousands of troops there before. Tens of thousands. Do you think we would have just said no problem? Don't worry about it. We're not going to attack anybody. We're okay. In the meantime, the Taliban was taking territory all throughout the country in the north and down in the south in the Pashtun area.
So would you have withdrawn troops like this even if President Trump had not made that deal with the Taliban?
I would have tried to figure out how to withdraw those troops, yes. Because look, George, there is no good time to leave Afghanistan. 15 years ago would have been a problem. 15 years from now. The basic choice is, am I going to send your sons and your daughters to war in Afghanistan in perpetuity? No one can name for me a time when this would end. And what constitutes defeat of the Taliban? What constitutes defeat? Would we have left then? Let's say they surrender like before. Okay. Do we leave then?
Again, a good time. Oh God, look at that steal shot right there. I mean, again,
That's a good one.
A good time to have left would have been after Bin Laden got killed, but you know, and also someone. I know that someone either watching this now or someone on the replay, probably Sawson, is going to make a Biden meme out of that. That is just too good.
He doesn't know where he is, let alone who he is.
He really, and that's what people are starting to say too. Like even the people are saying, holy shit, maybe this guy does have dementia and whatnot. Also, I don't know if you guys can see this, but look at the ratio here on YouTube, guys. 1,000
for those listening, yeah, 1,000 likes to 4.7 thousand dislikes.
Oof.
219,000 views.
That is
2 days ago.
Yeah, that is rough. You know, and I suppose that's all domestic terrorists, but okay, Trump supporters, but I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. So, Apex, what's your kind of reaction to this whole thing?
Well, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of people giving Biden praise for the way he's been handling some of this Afghanistan thing, where he's taken kind of I haven't watched very much of it actually, because I've just been too busy and lost with all the other fucking news going on. But it's basically that they're like, well, this is, Trump should have done this. Like, fuck it. He's basically answering all of whatever questions he's, been screened for, that he, well, fuck those Afghanis. Like, not really that hard on it, but like it's not our problem. We shouldn't be worrying about it, and we shouldn't be. But there clearly a more tactful way to go about it, more strategic and less harmful to all of the way across the board. But I mean, I saw a big hubbub about Biden um, canceling a Trump era something about like emergency removal of civilians or something
Oh
or
yeah,
the
yeah.
military. Well, and how short people's memories are, because just last year when COVID popped up, it was a major fucking story that Trump killed some program that was Obama era, that was for some sort of rapid response, you know, infectious disease something, or I can't remember the fucking details, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It would.
it's not at all uncommon for this to happen, which is why it's another reason I go, why does every president kill some major thing that ends up being really important? Seems unnecessary for all the years it's in place until all of a sudden it's not unnecessary, you know.
Right.
But I mean, I like everyone else have a ton of things to say about it, but none of them are really that. They're not really hot takes. They're just it's just kind of duh, sort of like no shit.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, I mean, I find one of the things I find most entertaining out of all of this is poor old Camel Toe Harris and her recent body language. She's clearly uncomfortable,
yeah,
which
and
makes me smile.
Can, can I say something? Looking at this image here of Biden's face, do you think the Democrats are just now realizing how much they have fucked themselves by picking this old fart?
uh, oh
And
yeah.
worst of all, picking that fucking bitch Kamala as his VP. I
Well,
mean, are they that dumb? I'm convinced they're dumb.
it's not
They
even
act elite, but they're really stupid as hell.
it's not even that they're dumb, What it is there was the narrative that Orange Orange Man is bad. Orange Man is so bad. We have to do whatever we can to to get rid of bad
Yeah, literally.
Orange Man,
Yeah, you're
right?
right.
And
Yeah.
now that the orange bad man is gone, they have nothing. They have nothing left to legitimately to complain out. Now, you have idiots like Olbermann. I mean,
Keith Olbermann is a homosexual.
well, yeah, and our friend Wet Sandwich has a lot more to say about Keith Olbermann, things that probably shouldn't be repeated on a podcast, but he was trying to do like mental gymnastics, like, well, if Trump hadn't signed that thing last year with the Taliban, then none of this would have happened. And so there are those out there who are still trying to do the mental gymnastics of, this isn't Biden's fault, this is Trump's fault. And it's like, Trump's been out of office for 6-7 months now.
8 months.
Biden scrapped his plan to get out of Afghanistan in order to implement his own. So, what are you guys complaining about? You got what you paid for. So.
Yep.
Well, no, and I think we're seeing with a lot of these people, because we're all aware of the bias against Trump, and you were just speaking to it, Sam, where so many people, effectively normies, just a lot of young people too, but older people, including some of my family members, were whipped into such a frenzy that Trump was the worst human. Like, there is literally anything would be better. They were convinced of that by not only the negative press towards Trump, but the positive press towards fucking literally everything else that he didn't, touch or speak about positively. So now, those somewhat, not completely brain dead, but excuse you,
Thank you.
not completely brain dead human beings left in this fucking country that just didn't really care about politics, but it was fucking everywhere in the video games they played, the movies they watched, etc. Especially the news. And God forbid you have a friend that or a family member that was politically inclined, because that's all you fucking heard about during Trump's tenure. So yeah, some of them are waking up and going, oh fuck, it could be a lot worse actually. And it's quote red pilling, I guess is the term, a lot of people that weren't and wouldn't have been otherwise. But I'm afraid it's too little too late in some regards. But as I've said repeatedly for over a year now, no matter how bad it looks, I really do have a white pilled level of hope for at least the American spirit, and if not the human spirit across the globe entirely. It's not that it's gonna go smoothly or easily, and people aren't gonna suffer, but I think I still hold out hope for that anyway. Sorry,
Yeah.
ramble.
Well,
No,
well,
I
go
would
ahead, Sam.
I would kind of agree. I would kind of agree with this, and I mean, I think a lot of people on the right are kind of doing the cringy thing of, oh well, this means that Trump is going to get back into office automatically in 2024, and I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a foregone conclusion, but I mean, hopefully this. I'm less concerned about like Trump getting back into office and more concerned with the fact that people are starting to just wake up and get this shit show. That this actually is a shit show, even after Trump's gone. So, kind of like what Apex was just saying. So, anyway, you were saying, Kek Boy?
Yeah, I'm just saying that the Democrats they're in a shitty situation. They're like, oh man, this bumming old fucked up Afghanistan. But then they looked at Kamala like, oh god, if we get rid of him, we'll have to put her in. Oh god, and she's a bitch. So they're in a mess. I was just finding fun. Like, hey, you brought us up. You could have gotten Tulsi Gabbard as VP, and nobody would have complained about that. But instead, you had to go with a bitch that nobody voted for.
Well,
Real smooth dipshits.
Well, yeah, and I mean, and I even said to someone on Twitter in DMs, I said, as much as I don't like Biden, because some people are even talking on the Democrat side are talking about impeaching Biden now and having him resign, and I mean at this point, I am at the point where as much as I dislike Joe Biden, I would rather have his, kind of stumbling and mumbling, geriatric, not quite dead yet corpse to be in the Oval Office rather than Kamala, who's just, she's batshit crazy.
And power hungry.
Well. So, we're gonna finish
Anyway.
this interview. You got something else, Sammy?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious about that because again, it's so easy for us to just go. It's not that entertaining for people. We got to keep it fresh. Move from.
Yeah, I always start commenting about next year's election.
I don't
if
know.
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't really have anything more to say on the Afghanistan thing, at least, not in regards to this, other than the fact that, like, you've been seeing a lot of images, too, of, this is being compared to the collapse of Saigon.
Yeah, Saigon, Vietnam.
And, yeah.
Oh, I think it's worse.
Oh yeah, it's.
Well, I want to ask you. All right, here's a question about Afghanistan, and I want you guys to answer. Did our men and women who fought in Afghanistan, did they die for nothing?
Well, that I imagine that depends, but they were there for a purpose that was unjust, generally speaking, but I don't think that all of them died for no reason. I think that human beings are still individuals and they can do good things in bad situations. I don't know that I don't know every soldier's situation, everyone that died. I'd say I would argue that a lot of them died for their fellow soldier. So no, they didn't die for nothing. But
I mean, I like to think that they have done something positive in Afghanistan. I hope we have done some good there. Oh, and I've recently read an article that the um, the anti-Taliban resistance that's going on in Afghanistan, they have liberated 3 provinces, 3 territories from the Taliban. Which I think is good. It's like, good, let the Afghan people fight for their country. And if we have to help them, use special forces and airstrikes. And that's just it, really.
Yeah.
But on that, though, it should be the Afghan people's choice to fight.
Yeah.
I mean, and for the Afghan people, I can understand why someone would choose Taliban, because look what we're trying to teach them. We're trying to promote degeneracy. Turn their kids into trannies, feminism, all this communist woke tard LGBT barbecue bullshit. That's been poisoning our country. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. That is the other funny thing
And
is
we're trying to feed the Afghan people. So I read the article. They're trying to teach the Afghans how to grow soy. They're trying to feed soy into them. And the Afghans told the U.S. military, "Go screw yourselves.
well
We don't want soy."
it's funny that you bring that up. I don't have the article in front of me, but I do believe that there was one State Department official that was saying, well, we would ask that the Taliban be friendly to women and members of the LGBT community, and it's like, clearly you guys don't know who you're talking to. That culture just doesn't exist over there at all. So
Yeah. And I just saw an article put up by Breitbart saying that the Taliban set a woman on fire because she was bad at cooking. Apparently they were having a woman cook them some food, and this woman's food was so bad they just set her ass on fire. I was like, based.
I saw that, and yeah, where are the feminists now? That's what I wanna know.
I know. If there's one thing feminists hates, it's other women.
Yeah.
That's why they don't say nothing, because they hate other women
Well, and
more than they hate men.
well, and the other
they hate real women. They don't hate other women. They love other women that share their ideology.
well, and
They say real women.
Well, and the other thing too is whenever you bring up the Middle East, they just say, "Oh, it's just cultural differences."
Yeah, well, women should
there.
should stay the fuck out of politics anyway. So good for them for not knowing what the fuck's going on. That's right.
Yeah, hot take by Apex. So,
Not really.
not to you or I, but like, I'm sure you just triggered some normie somewhere, which
I
is
sure hope so.
which is fucking good because I love normie cheers. But anyway, enough about any final thoughts on Afghanistan, because I have another story that I think is kind of funny.
Oh yeah, the Lord Miles. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. The Lord Miles story. The British British kid that went to Afghanistan.
I went there on vacation.
Yeah, well, not on vacation. He went to do like some charity work, but he went there specifically because he's like not afraid of danger, and he was posting on 4chan the whole time. I saw his interview on Count Dankula's backup channel, I believe. It's pretty cool story. He's like a devout Catholic. He's all smiles. Pretty cool. That's a pretty cool story. If you guys aren't familiar with that, check out Lord Miles in Afghanistan. That's the final thought that I have for this evening, Sam, on Afghanistan.
I predict there'll be a movie about that kid. and his experience in Afghanistan.
Hold on, wait, hold on. What did you just say?
I said I predict there will be a movie about that guy.
Oh, okay. You said it so fast, I thought you were doing an Apu impression.
No,
I don't.
no, I'm sorry. I was just saying. I watched. They're gonna make a movie about that kid.
This is what it sounds. Sorry, go ahead. I get it. Okay, Sammy.
I guess my final thoughts on Afghanistan is, to all of us who served over there, thank you for your service. In regards to Fat Kick Boy's question of, was it worth it? I don't really think that we. I hate to use this answer because it's a cop out, but I don't really think we'll know for sure what the end result is because we're still in the midst of this whole collapse. So
Yeah, I think it's foolish to. I mean, you can have ideas, but to set yourself like firm, this is going to happen. I think that's dangerous, like at any point in time for anything really, especially the more complicated the issue. And this is very complicated in ways we don't even have the means to understand because we're not there, But sorry.
I mean, I think you are absolutely right, Gamma.
My turn? Is it my turn? To say my final thoughts?
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought you did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. Okay. I just want to say is, we all agree that we should have got out of Afghanistan 10 years ago. However, despite that, we should thank our service members, for their service. And only time will tell if it was all for something or if it was for nothing. And as far as what happens to Afghanistan in the future, I don't know. I just hope something good comes out of it. All we can do now is pray that we get our own civil American citizens out of there, as soon as possible. Because everybody else is doing it, but we ain't. What the fuck?
Yeah.
All right. What else we got, Sammy?
Well, Apex, I found something on your Twitter timeline that actually led me to something that I think is funny, but not in the way that you might think it's funny, but it's hilarious to me, at least. So let me.
So, what you're saying is you found a joke that I found, and you found a joke in my joke that I'm probably not is gonna think is funny because it's right. Is that what you just said to me?
I mean, you might think it's funny. I just shared the.
Keck boy, are you holding your mic next to your hand or something, brother?
Hang on. Hang on a sec. Let me see what time it is. Oh,
Okay.
guys, I'm about to head on to bed. I'll talk to you next time, okay? Y'all fellas
Later.
have a good night, okay?
All right, we
Yeah.
appreciate you popping by. So.
No problem. See you next time. Peace and chicken wings.
All right. Wow.
Okay, so you found something in my timeline. We're just gonna move right along. I don't want to be mean.
Anyway, yeah. So for the audience that is listening to this, Apex tweeted earlier, timeline poetry, and below that is a tweet from someone saying blackface. But then below that, here's what's funny. The LA Times wrote a headline, and I am going to get into this, saying Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. You've been warned. Now
That is just. Mwah. Thank you, LA Times.
Now that as someone who has actually met Larry Elder, that is hilarious.
Damn it! Hold on, time out. they're complaining about the volume being low. Did you do something again?
Oh,
You sound fine to me, but
hold on. Okay. I should be. My mic is all the way up, so things should be good now.
it sounded good. I mean, I'm listening back, and it sounds fine. I don't know what maybe they're fucking with us. Anyway, go ahead.
Guys, the volume isn't my problem. It's your problem.
No, you gotta get way more in it. The fucking troll, ban that fucking guy. No.
Yeah. I can't,
Anyway, yeah. So
I can't
yeah.
even-
So it yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I can't even do that guy's voice anymore. So.
Yeah. So the poetry here is Gahul at Ghoul_2 TWO. He tweeted out blackface in all capital letters, #SmackDown. I'm assuming that's some sort of wrestling shit. I don't know,
Yes.
nor do I care.
Yes, it is.
But immediately under that is the Libs of TikTok account, posting this headline from LA Times. This is Larry Elder is the blackface of fucking white supremacy. You've been warned. So blackface SmackDown. Larry Elder's the blackface of white supremacy. SmackDown. Bam. It's that shit's funny. But you had a bit you wanted to do to that.
Well, not just that bit, but the whole headline, the whole concept that they're calling Larry Elder the blackface of white supremacy is hilarious to me. In how just utterly insane that you have to be to come to that conclusion. And have you actually read the article? Because I have.
No, I have not.
And
I have not.
It is a doozy.
Is it? Oh, that's incredible. But before we move on, I actually have a little anecdote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Related to that sort of headline. My IRL friend, who you know, and I don't want to reference any further. They've been listening to these shows, but
yes, I know exactly who you're talking about now.
I was sending them videos of Larry Elder's and articles of his and stuff for a while there, and I forget the exact way they worded it, but it was effectively that Larry Elder is the epitome or the pinnacle or something like that, like the apex of Uncle Tom's, like the textbook definition of Uncle Tom, and then like elaborated. Maybe I may be blowing it up a little further, but I got the same kind of message with different words from this person. They had the same kind of idea, like he's the perfect, Uncle Tom, quote unquote. Although that's clearly a misrepresentation of the character Uncle, in the book, original book. But yes, yeah. So you have the article. You say you have any choice snippets?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, the other thing is they say you have been warned on the headline.
You've been warned. He's the black face of white supremacy. Like, watch the fuck out. So okay, you know what? So realistically, let's zoom out a little bit here. What the LA Times is saying is that black people can be white supremacist.
Yes.
So who the fuck else might be one of them now? Holy shit. They're opening the floodgates, dude.
This is why it's so funny, because now it's like who isn't a white supremacist? And now we have some congressmen who want to label, white supremacy and, Trump people as domestic terrorists, right? By this logic, a lot of black people are going to be, terrorists
Well,
white supremacists.
Maybe that's part of the point. Maybe this is just moving another piece on the board. You know what I mean? Because They use a prominent black dude, somebody they can parade in front of all the normies and, shift people's. They've already got this hardcore, anybody, all white people are bad. And that, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like I had something there, but anyway, go ahead.
This thing is just gold. From the headline, Larry, from the beginning of the article. Let me do a good dramatic reading. Larry Elder smiled the smug smile of a black conservative who could very well be liberal California's next governor. Ooh, so smug. Where do you start with the damage Gavin Newsom have done to the state that we both love? He leaned forward to gauge across the room of white Republicans who had come to hear him speak in Orange County. Rising crime? It's because of this phony narrative that the police are engaging in systematic racism and cops are pulling back, Elder said. When you reduce the possibility of a bad guy getting caught, getting convicted, and getting incarcerated, guess what? Crime goes up. Again, this is a no shit, statement.
Yeah. Well, by the way, for those listening in the podcast version, that was all in quotes there from
Elder.
Where do you start with the damage? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, quotes of Larry Elder's, but yeah, that's no shit. But yeah, they're quoting Larry Elder here in the very beginning of the article as though it's some sort of gotcha, is what it seems so far, right?
Yeah, and see, this is a. I guess this is a white supremacist talking point. Then another smug smile. This one is even more smug than the last. So apparently, if I give a smug smile, that's like a white supremacist symbol now, apparently.
Well, I mean, I have not seen it explicitly stated that that's the case. They're just saying that he's smug, like he's even more smug, which smug in and of itself is a derogatory in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I remember when Obama was being smug, they were kind of like, "Hey, Obama's smug, but he's still kind of cool." So, quote, "Can you say duh?" End quote from Elder. Now here's the columnist. I won't lie. Few things infuriate me more than watching a black person use willful blindness and cherry pick facts to make overly simplistic arguments that whitewash the complex problem that come along with being black in America. And throughout his career as a radio host, as a talking head for Fox News, and now a gubernatorial candidate, Elder has made a point of doing just that, usually with a lot of taunting and toddler-like name-calling of his ideological enemies in the process. Now, I want to point out that in the chat, Laura said that she thought that Larry Elder was kind of a liberal at first because he came out because she thought he was too nice when she first started listening.
Oh, hey, you know what though? You know what? Both Ghost of, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Ghost and Nicola, what's up, bro? And Laura in the chat point out that when old Sandman was just smiling smugly and that fucking drunk idiot fucking retard bashing a drum in his face, everybody called him that smile was specifically somehow racist because he was smiling. So I guess you were onto something that I wasn't thinking at the time. Sorry about that.
That is a good point though. That is a good point, Laura. So yeah, I mean he's getting the Sandman treatment here. Let's see. Back to the article. Let's see. As a longtime political consultant, Larry Elder goes out of his way to be at odds with the leadership in the black community and at odds with the thinking in the black community. So essentially, what he's saying, and essentially what this guy is saying, and or girl, I guess, and oddly, the LA Times here is kind of proving Elder's whole point is if you're not a Democrat, if you're not a lefty, you're racist and you're against your own kind, which isn't that racist in and of itself.
Of course it is, dude. So much that's another thing. So much of this fucking excuse me. So much of the policies and the talking points from the liberal public, as well as politicians and corporate and shit, it's all incredibly racist. Like it's really fucking racist. Like critical race theory and shit. You know, I mean, all the way down the line. But anyway.
So I'm scrolling through this because I don't want to read.
Hold on. I see hold on, stop. We're scroll back down. Right where your cursor is. That he is. I want to read right there because I don't know what that is, but it looks interesting. Scroll down a little bit more so I can see the next paragraph. Okay, good. All right. So quote: he is a danger, a clear and present danger. End quote. Melina Abdullah, co-founder of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how she would be terribly afraid of Larry Elder, who says, "Grow the fuck up, pull your pants up, and get a fucking job."
And
Jesus Christ.
And also that perhaps black teenagers having strong male role models actually would be a good idea. Yeah, that's a black young men having structure and like father figures in their lives now. Yeah, that's a racist. That's a white supremacist talking point.
So there, the very next two paragraphs here. It's not that. It's not just that Elder would be a Trump fanboy Republican trying to run a state dominated by Democrats, or that he has zero experience in elected office and clearly doesn't have the temperament for governance. In brackets or in whatever parentheses, he can't even take questions from journalists. There's a link there. And then the next, it's that perhaps out of spite or perhaps out of an insatiable need for attention, Elder opposes every single public policy idea that is supported by black people to help black people. So that's fucking... Anyway, this has been true for decades, but it's particularly problematic given the racial reckoning following the murder of George Floyd. So I think that is incredibly that's bullshit, the way they word that right there. Supported by black people to help black people. You think maybe because a black person doesn't support it, that it's not supported by black people? Because maybe he thinks all this shit that's set in place, all this, what's called systemic racism is really systemic classism, pressing downward on the lowest on the rungs. And unfortunately, it has been people of racial minorities, and not just this country, but others as well, because they're the lowest on the rungs. But in this country, at least, they had a better chance than anywhere else to rise above that, right? But I can't think of the fucking word, but it's like, it's not gaslighting, but the way they word that, opposing every single public policy idea that's supported by black people to help black people, like every black person in the country, he's against all of them, is the way that's worded, which is bad fucking journalism.
Yeah,
but why we're not surprised by that.
We're not surprised by any of this. We're reading this for the lulz and just how ridiculous it is. The other thing I would like to know is, he says, but it's particularly problematic given the racial reckoning following the murder of George Floyd.
Yeah.
What exactly was the racial? What exactly was the racial reckoning, Apex? Because I have black friends and none of them have mentioned anything like a racial,
Oh, we royalty in the chat for another stream in a row. Oh, what's up, Semper? My
Oh,
friend.
shoot. Semper's in the house. And,
Yeah, no, but the reckoning was that the media and corporations and the machine and all the people moving the gears whipped everybody of any sort of ethnic background into a goddamn frenzy. That's the reckoning that that happened. They you know what I'm saying? They whipped emotionally vulnerable youth and some older people as well into a fucking frenzy.
mostly rich white kids, by the way, I should say. Like, not even. I'm sure there were some black, but a lot of like the TikTokers that were like doing George Floyd, support videos or whatever.
At Semper, we're in Sammy's Discord, not a Zoom link.
Oh,
Sorry to cut you off.
does someone want to come in and shoot the shit with us?
He said send me a Zoom link, Sam. So I was just, instead of typing it, which I already typed it into the chat too, I'm just saying it into the stream.
Oh, I can. I'm pretty sure that Semper is in my Discord, but I can send him the invite link real quick for that. If yeah, you let me make sure he is. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. Sorry, chat. I was saying some very entertaining things that you'll never hear me repeat because, haha. Yeah, no, I don't see him in your Discord.
Semper, I just sent you the link.
Shame on you, bro. How could you? He's in my Discord.
I did invite him. Maybe he left or something. I know that people did leave my. Oh, you know what? It might have been the one that got nuked that he was in. But I just sent you an invite, Semper. So, feel free to come in.
Does he need a? He says he's in your Discord, but I don't think he is.
You get a new Discord and not tell me?
There he is. Hi, sir.
I got one after my not old account got nuked. So, because my entire thing got
Oh, so the server that I've been staring at for like months now is a dead server?
Yeah.
It appears so.
Yeah, this one is the new and improved one, but I don't really hang out much in this one. I hang out in yours a lot actually. So
should hang out in mine more, but I don't know. It's the problem with Discord is there's so much activity that I have to turn off my like everybody else in the known universe. I have to turn off my my notifications because otherwise the spirit animal gets pissed because it interferes with YouTube Kids. And so I have to shut down notifications. If I don't get notifications, then my ADHD just says, "Okay, you're forgetting this."
Yeah.
Well,
I turn off everything but directly ats. You know what I mean? And all the service. So if someone ats me on Discord, then I'll get a notification. But I still try to pop in and check them. But at this point, I'm in so fucking many of them. I try to.
I'm good on Twitter. Like I get my Twitter for notifications, so.
Yeah.
If you DM me on Twitter, I usually respond pretty quick. But I've gotten good with my studio being in my house now. I've gotten good with just keeping my Discord up and being able to see when people message me, so I don't go like 15 days and go, "Oh shit, dude, sorry."
Well, and to be fair, in the spirit animal's defense, that the sound that Discord makes can get pretty annoying, after a while. So she might actually be ahead of us on that. So,
hey, are we talking about how black, white supremacists are worse than white supremacists that the LA Times was saying?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes.
Like the most racist thing I've ever heard anyone say that black white supremacists might be worse than white supremacists.
Yeah.
I think that they are, and they're warning you.
Yeah.
We've been warned.
Could you imagine being a 20-year-old white little non-binary blue check mark that writes that article talking about how a black person is a black white supremacist and it's worse than white supremacist?
Yeah, Sammy, can you scroll back up and see who wrote this and see if we can pull up some socials on this person?
It has to be a black person, right? It has to be.
I would argue that it's
Like
a white person.
Well, I know that logically it should be a white person, but in order to get away with saying the stuff they've said about him, it has to be a black chick. It's got to be. Erica B. Smith. It's probably Erika, and she probably has dreads.
Erica. Okay, is there?
Yeah, just.
Let's see. Is there a?
Just.
Let's see. Is there a link on?
Yeah.
Did you see the chat?
Okay, bam, Semper.
Yeah, I told you I was dead on.
For 5 point, hell yeah, dude.
Did you see the chat successfully got me to spiral for an hour yesterday?
Oh, I missed that.
I almost broke my entire studio and knocked myself off the internet for about 20 seconds because I hit my desk so hard.
I did see that Alan clipped you saying, I hope your kid.
I promise you, there's going to be production of some of the things I said. Look, and it's amazing because they gave me that medical misinformation strike for saying that I would die before I take the poison in my arm, but I didn't say poison in my arm. They gave me the medical misinformation strike for that, but nobody's touched my stream from last night, which was way worse than the stream that my Hill I Will Die on stream.
Yeah, it's because you hit the trigger words in the one that they got you for the strike.
Dude,
I hit trigger words last night. Wow, look at you with your little karaoke mic stand there, just rolling. Do you have an attachment that attaches to your chair with that mic?
Oh, we need a robot arm for that. Bitch.
So you can roll your wireless mic all around as you talk to the people.
Dude, that's a brilliant idea.
It is.
I do need that. I'm using this one because the mic I usually use, I broke the USB-C plug by accident, and Amazon
fucking boomer.
Amazon will not replace it, even though I purchased a warranty with it. So go figure.
Nice. Waste of money.
So yeah,
I do that when the little man's on stream and he's using a mic. I have a chair where I've actually mounted my snowball to the chair, so that way he doesn't have to worry about adjusting the mic. He just sits down in the chair and the mic's right in front of his face because he's terrible at adjusting the mic.
Yeah, and I mean I have a mic arm, but it doesn't fit with my desk because my desk is all wood. So.
No, I want you to get a wireless mic, mount it to your chair, and as you're talking to people, you're back there by your little bookcase back there doing wheelies. That's what I want to see. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to get you viewers. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, well, once I get my manual chair, I'll be able to do that. So.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
So yeah, we'll do a whole studio tour. So it should be pretty fun. But yeah. Yeah, and she's got the hipster glasses too, I'm noticing it here. So, she's black, but she's also a hipster, which comes as no surprise.
Yeah. Well, she had to be black, otherwise it would have been a statement that wouldn't have been acceptable by the masses. So since she's black, it's an acceptable statement.
Yeah, but I mean, again, she's a hipster, so that kind of negates things. Although I've seen a lot of hippies the last few times I've been in Texas, primarily in Austin. They seem to congregate in Austin, from what I remember.
I went to Austin to see Semper Kid a couple weeks ago, and I'm I'm so used to the country now that I just can't do it. It's too much. And let me.
Yeah,
You mean the city?
Yeah, I can't do the city. I've lived in the country too long. I officially cannot. I could hear people talking outside of my hotel room, and it was making me nuts because because I have a flex base. I have like a 3-acre flex base driveway, so I can hear a car running over the flex base long before it gets to my house. So if I hear voices, it makes me nervous. Just it's almost like being out in public with the whole Kuwait thing. It's having people behind me. It's just inbred into me. And now like I can't hear people outside of my door without me needing to go look. And so I was constantly looking out the window, looking out the door like I was some like weird foil tin hat like conspiracy theorist looking for the government
or something. Yeah, or some fucking method, some tweaker looking for ninjas outside or something.
Yep.
And I just recently visited Wisconsin to go see my dad, and he's currently staying in a little apartment. And up in Manitowoc, where I went, is actually really fucking nice, but it's a little more populated than where I've been for the last 10 years, and certainly where I grew up in Texas. But that middle point between Texas and Indiana, where I've been for the last 10 years, I lived in Oklahoma City, like a suburb. So I got like several years of that sort of city life. And I was up in Manitowoc, and this similar kind of thing, just being in the apartment where you could, hear people talking. I mean, the same thing. I could hear people talking outside the window, and it woke me up in the middle of the night. And same kind of thing. I mean, my neighbors are not nearly as far away from me as you're describing, but just hearing someone talking outside the window woke me up in the middle of the night. But they're just
it freaks you out
outside smoking a cigarette. You know what I mean? They're on their porch, but it's just, I don't think I could do it either. I'm done with all that.
I mean, and I live in like a neighborhood in Sarasota that's pretty quiet. So all I hear at night is either like the usually like the bay and whatnot. But when I'm in like heavily populated areas, like when I went back to Denver, it was the same thing. Just it's nuts. So.
Yeah, I mean, people should have gotten out of cities 5 years ago.
But there was one good thing about it, because they had the defund the police thing in Austin. There were no police pulling people over on the streets. Like they completely abandoned, putting tickets on your car if you were parked and weren't feeding the meter. Like they completely abandoned all of your city grifts that the cops do to get extra money. And I was like, wait a minute, I may have to rethink this defund the police thing. This is kind of like, I didn't see a single police officer driving around. I was like, wow, like I could do this. I'm going to have to change my opinion on this.
I can get behind this now.
Yeah.
Right.
There were no speed traps, nothing. I was like, this is fantastic. All I have to do is live in this shithole I'm standing in.
Right, with a bunch of people I don't want to be around.
Yeah, but nobody pestered me for masks while I was out there. It was actually it was different than what I thought it was going to be. And then the last day I was there, the very last day, he took me to this little kind of underground breakfast thing, and it was pretty damn good. But that was the only place I went to that I was like, oh, okay, this is awesome. But everything else, I was like, dude, why are you here? There are too many people here. Like, stop. And then he took me to this hamburger place, and I'm like, this is more expensive and even smaller burgers than In-N-Out. Like, what is this? And he's like, oh, it's the greatest burgers ever. I'm like, no, find me a Whataburger. Stop this crap.
Whataburger is the bomb. I will
fast food hamburgers, hands down, Whataburger is the way to go. For fast food hamburgers, I'm not saying they're the greatest hamburgers ever, but for fast food, they're fantastic.
I would agree. And I've never had In-N-Out, mainly because I haven't been to California in forever. But from what I've been told, Whataburger beats In-N-Out every time.
Yeah, no, everything. McDonald's beats In-N-Out. In-N-Out is shit, and their fries taste like crap. And I'm not ashamed of that. You know what In-N-Out is? In-N-Out is for fat people who go, oh, I would never go to a fast food restaurant. I go to In-N-Out. It's just a status symbol for uppity fat people in California.
Well,
there I said it.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot of that's the majority of Los Angeles. Then it seems.
Right. I know. I live there. Fight me. In-N-Out sucks dick. Fight me.
And
I'm just gonna say
it has to.
And
I mean, it's a California-based company, so it has to.
And I mean, I fully endorse that statement. I'm sorry we just lost all of our Los Angeles listenership, but I don't really care. So.
If they're worth being your viewer, they're still here and they agree.
Right. And people are like, ooh, In-N-Out's coming to Dallas, and I go, okay. Why are you excited about the shittiest hamburger place on the planet is coming to Dallas?
Man, I haven't had Whataburger or Jack in the Box in almost 15 years.
Oh no shit, that's unfortunate. I had Whataburger the other day.
Yeah, because
look, I still have my drink cup from it that I put water in. I put Whataburger in my Whataburger cup.
It's Whataburger, but I used to think it was Waterburger.
No, I'm from Texas. It's Whataburger.
Yeah, I'm from Texas too, bitch. That's what
good.
I'm saying.
Then call it by its fucking Texan name, which is Whataburger. You son of a bitch.
Okay, all right, you're right.
Apex,
look, these Yankees have corrupted me, man. I'm sorry.
Clearly,
Apex has lost his accent.
I pull that shit out when I need to, man.
I'll tell you what, mine comes out when I drink.
Yeah, that's right.
You're at this point, Semper is actually better than Alex Jones as far as fans go.
Well, I mean, I'm not an FBI shill if that's what you're saying, but
you're not a pill shill either. So
no, well, I get animated when I get upset or passionate about something, and it goes. I wish I could do it. I wish I could do it on my own. Like I wish I could make it happen, because I would make a fortune. Every single time. Like you were there, Sam, when I did that. Skyrim stream, and I was getting ready to get off of the Skyrim stream, and somebody asked me a question about the BLM thing, and I went on like a 2-hour rant of we're Americans. But that's just kind of how it does. But then all of a sudden 30 viewers show up. I start getting donos when it happens. Like Irrational Times was like spirals get money. And I'm like, I wish I could do this all the time, because I would make way more money at this than I would.
Yeah, that stream you came on a few months ago on Sammy's, I was trying to tell you the same thing. I'm like, bro, if you just like freak the fuck out for like 5-minute videos, you're lovable, and your rants are fucking concise. Just chop them down, post that shit on Twitter. Post it wherever, people will flock to it.
Some of the stuff I posted on Twitter has gotten absolutely no interactions. Like but I had so on my birthday, I posted something to Twitter that Ryan Long gave me a like on, right? Because Ryan Long follows me on Twitter. He's one of my only two verified Twitter people. But awesome. The previous year, Ryan Long gave me 2 hours on a stream. That stream only has like 260 views still to this day. And, but he hit the like button, and I ended up getting like 120 likes on that one tweet. And it was just a stupid tweet. Like it didn't have any meat to it or anything like that. It was just a dumb tweet. But because he liked it, it went and just went nuts.
That happened to me a few weeks ago. He doesn't follow me, but I tweeted out because Nick Searcy, the actor who played on Justified, did he was on like a podcast about Rush, and so I simply tweeted that like I liked hearing Nick on that podcast, and he retweeted it, and all of a sudden, like, I got like 20, likes and a couple of retweets and like 20 followers out of the deal. So
yeah, and that's what this is, man. It's like getting in with the right group of people who, if they hit the retweet button on you, then you get like a gazillion subscribe. That's all this internet game is traveling up ladders of different controlled lanes. And it sucks. It's infuriating. Because I don't I like the way that Barricade Garage described it, where people think that you believe a certain thing or they agree with something you believe in, and so they promote you, but they don't realize that you're going to say what you want to say, even if it pisses people off, and then they quickly go, oh, shit, I shouldn't have promoted that guy.
I love how much traction that fucking dude's gotten. I've been watching him for at least a year.
Yeah, except Owen
great.
got his claws into him, and I'm just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Owen had him on stream. I was like, oh.
Oh, he did?
Yes, and of course, it's an Owen stream, so it's like, oh, the Jews are keeping me down again.
That's
Oh my God, I did not know that.
That's what happened with Semper. I felt the same way a few years ago when Owen went on Nick DiPaolo's stream, because I loved Nick DiPaolo. As soon as he started like hanging out with Owen, I'm like, no, what are you doing? And then he's just
sorry, go ahead.
He's just laughing at all of Owen's like unfunniest bits. It was
it's just.
But before we get too far off track, though, I mean, you're right. It is just like anything. It's about who you know when it comes to social media success. But another thing that I was saying, and I still think to be true, is what a lot of people flock to is, raw.
Yeah, raw and controversial. Well,
not
get
even
ready,
controversy,
Apex.
of course, but go ahead.
Get ready, Apex, because if they don't accept my religious exemption, I'm going to lose my job. And when I lose my job, I don't have anything to lose. And I will go full internet grifter and just go nuts. And I'll end up starting to GoFundMe to go after my company for religious discrimination. And if any of you guys know where I work, it's a pretty big name. And they're not going to want, it's something that'll garner attention. And I'm just going to go full bore into it. I'll start, I'll get Adobe Premiere. I'll start making videos. I'll start pushing stuff, because I'm gonna need to be able to have the funds to be able to sue these people. And I'll go on Crowder if I need to. And you guys know how I feel about Crowder. But if I need to, I'll go on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be a story. And you want to talk about getting pissed off? Take my job at 10 years away, because I won't put poison in my arm, and see how pissed off I get.
Yeah, I actually talked to someone IRL about that, and he was saying, well, I'm not sure. He was like, well, I'm not sure, what the big deal is. People just need to take the vax if they want to keep their job. And I said no. I said that's the same thing as the government forcing people to get the vax, essentially.
Well, if this is laying down the physical groundwork for the mark, which is what I believe this is, there is nothing, absolutely nothing that should be able to. I mean, Jesus was very clear. If you're going to follow me, you need to be able to curse your mother and father and walk away from your family and friends and stuff like that. And I never really understood that my whole life until right now. Because it's like, you have to be willing to take any hit, because when that comes, when the mark comes, the Bible is clearly said, you're not going to be able to generate income. You're not going to be able to participate in commerce. You won't be able to. And when that happens, you got to be strong enough to stand up and say no. And I've watched people I love and respect go and get this shot, not because they want it, not because they're worried about something, not because they don't feel safe, but because they want to be able to travel, or they don't want to lose their job. And it's like, what do you think you're doing? You are selling, the Bible, this information, and you're selling it out because you want to fly somewhere. You're selling it out because you're worried about losing your job. That's how much God means to you.
Well, and not just that, but even without, like here's my whole reason for not taking the vax. It's because the last time I got a flu shot, which was when I was like 13 or so, I got as sick as a dog with the exact same flu variant that they were supposedly inoculating me against. So my whole fear actually is that if I get the COVID jab, I'm actually going to get COVID as a result.
Well,
So-
statistics show that you will.
Yeah.
But not only that, Sam, but you don't know what the fuck will happen. We don't.
Larry
know. It is. Go ahead.
Larry Rapshaw said the mark is on your hand or your forehead in the Bible, and yes, it is. Look up the biotech commercials on how they're going to identify forms of cancer, and it is involved in an injectable microchip that they specifically said they would be putting on the right hand. And of course, they're saying, listen, don't, people are drawing biblical conclusions and it's hindering our ability to do. And it's like, this is literally exactly what you're talking about. They're like, this is it. And, for it to interface into the body, you have to have a motherboard to put a CPU in, and that motherboard needs to be compatible. And that's why I keep calling this the precursor to the mark. It's setting it up. And the next thing that comes is you have to be able to identify it, which will be a chip that they'll want to put in you. And when they put that chip in you, it's just one other step to have something that's some kind of Bitcoin that's governed by a world entity, and then you will not be able to buy or sell anything because you don't have that chip in your hand that allows you to interface with the machines that allow you to buy and sell things.
Right.
Yeah, and there, my hope is that, should we reach such a point, there will be enough people that refuse such a thing that there will be its own market. Underground, of course, will be criminals and whatever by the machine in society. But
yeah, I'm not going to make it that long. They're going to come for the spirit animal, and I'm going to die.
Yeah, me neither. I have a question though. Semper. It's entirely unrelated to what we're talking about here. What kind of shoes you wearing, man?
I'm not wearing any shoes right now. I'm bare feet, bro. I'm bare feet right now. What?
I was actually trying because I mean, never mind. The gambit's up.
If you want to know what shoes that I normally wear, I have a pair of Ariat boots that I wear when I'm running around the land. I have a pair of flip flops and I have a pair of Nike Lunar 4s.
Well, I was gonna. If you were wearing shoes and you were describing them, I was going to have you lift them up to the camera so I could, I was going to do it all smooth, be like, oh, are those this model, oh, those are dope, man. Like, can I see,
You think I'm stupid like the globalists do.
I don't think you're stupid, but it was worth a swing.
It was worth a swing.
I'm here with you, and chat's freaking out. So.
You miss 100% of the balls you don't swing at.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Well, it's not even worth doing feet pics anymore though because
see that OnlyFans thing. I'm telling you, man.
OnlyFans.
I've gotten so much shit for my take on the OnlyFans thing, but it's bad, man. Like they're eliminating another source of income, and I said that, and then of course I get all these DMs of people going, "It's pornography," and I'm like, "Yeah, oh God, we're going back to the fucking Nathaniel Slattery thing." Yes, I understand it's pornography. Yes, I understand it's vile, but it's a way for people to make money. And as vile as it is, it's a way that people make money, and they are systematically eliminating people's ability to make money outside of the corporate structure.
Yeah.
And that's a bad thing. And it's happening in October. Everyone's getting fired before October. What is happening in October?
Well,
there's something going on in October.
Before we talk about October, and I do want to move on to that, but
or it could be the beginning of the next fiscal year, and they just want to get rid of everybody before the next fiscal year.
Right, that's a good point too. But one of the things I was thinking about earlier, and I haven't really seen discussed so much, is apparently OnlyFans, just like Tumblr, is under pressure from banks.
Yes. Everybody's under pressure from banks.
Right. So places like Pornhub still exist and still are monetized, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, because Pornhub, but Pornhub,
you can watch all the free porn you want there. You don't actually have to pay for anything.
Pornhub is a part of the corporate machine.
Right, exactly.
OnlyFans is people making independent money. And look, I don't support any of this.
No, of
but
course.
You're leaving up corporate money generators and you're tearing down independent money earners.
Of the same category. You're right.
Yes.
Right, exactly that's exactly my point. And no one, I mean, I don't know. I guess I haven't seen anybody talk about that specifically. They're all talking about
people get angry when you start talking about porn because you talking about it is in their mind you endorsing it. I don't endorse any of that.
No, fuck no.
Well, and this
I don't I don't endorse fucking, mass farming to be, on a general scale, but I guess that's a bad example. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, and this is kind of the other thing. It is closely related, but I don't know if you followed my Twitter rant on this, and I did do a show on this, but a couple weeks ago or about a month ago when TPUSA had their when Turning Point had their big student grift thing or whatever, they kicked out Brandy Love, the porn star, for just showing up.
But they had no problem with the MAGA girl being there, the MAGA tranny.
Yeah, well, not only that, but so Brandy Love just showed up, wasn't even doing anything. She was just an attendant. They kicked her out, but then they had Bang Energy and all these Instagram models literally giving out free money, and I
Turning Point. So, Turning Point is as shitty as any other of the organization. Turning Point's a fucking joke,
and so
Turning Point is controlled op on the highest order.
I know. Yeah, listen. I know people who used to work for Turning Point. Hell, I almost worked for them, but thank God I dodged that bullet. But yeah, the moment I said that, I called out Charlie Kirk for his hypocrisy, because he's like, we're a free speech war. We're for free speech for everyone. We're a big tent thing, and then I'm like, except for Brandy Love, right?
Right. Oh no, they're free speech warriors. Let's talk about the JQ. How about that, free speech warrior? See, that's what should have ended Turning. What should have ended Turning Point is the whole Groyper thing. That should have ended Turning Point because it obliterated them. And what it ended up doing was absolutely nothing, because nobody remembers it anymore. And what it ended up doing is it ended up propelling another FBI mark into the scene to do damage to everything else.
Yeah.
Which is Fuentes, by the way.
Yeah, completely. And Nick is just like Nick and Charlie Kirk are kind of two sides of the same coin, essentially.
Yeah. That's how controlled op works. You have two sides you can choose in every instant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, but again, like people thought that I was endorsing Brandy Love, as a porn star, because I said that she had a right to be there, and I'm like,
well, hold on, Sam. You specifically, I think you might have been endorsing her. If I had to.
we're going down that road.
Well, look, I'm not the one posting titties on Twitter all the time. All right.
What started the class of 2019 in our little circle? That is what started it. Was me saying the government should not have the ability to tell me what I can and can't look at. That's all I said. I did a stream. In the middle of that stream, I said I was talking about pornography, and them. It was not the government. It was Telegram. Telegram decided. Was it Telegram? It was Telegram. Decided that they were not going to allow pornography on their platform anymore. And I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. If you're a platform, it should be okay. You shouldn't be telling people what they can and can't look at on a platform. If you want to be your own communication company, then you can do that. But don't tell Twitter that they're censoring people and turn around and censor people on your stuff. That's what I said in that stream that started Nathaniel going fucking nuts with his stupid ass ginger fucking head. And then the next thing you know, we have the class of 2019 and Owen's on a stream calling my sauce and a fucking whore.
Part of the, I am glad that you bring up the iTitty post.
Airpocalypse.
I am glad that you bring up the iTitty post though, Apex, because that is one of the reasons why I do it, is to tick those.
Of course, you're glad that I brought it up, Sam. For fuck's sake, another chance to talk about titties. Justify your talking about titties.
Justify your titty lust. Let's go.
You fucking degenerate. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, I am an expert, so let's see. At this point, I've been called gay.
How did you split your mic screen? How did you split your mic screen?
Yeah,
Sam.
Sam?
Was it a slip of the left hand or a slip of the right hand?
It was. Well, I'm left-handed, so probably the left hand.
There you go.
Did you drop it while your right hand was busy, Sam?
Was that maybe a windscreen for a different mic? That you just kind of shoved on there and ignored the ripping sound as it went over top of it?
Were you too preoccupied to realize that you didn't have it all the way around the mic when you shoved it on? And what were you preoccupied with, Sam?
You know what, Semper? I'm gonna go with titties. It was probably Playmate from September 1999. I don't know who that is, but that's probably where he was at. Just guessing.
Actually, you're not too far. You're not too far.
Did you try to fit? Listen, I'll just say it, Sam. Did you try to fit your wiener in that?
No, although now people have already memed me holding this mic. So
he was trying to put the windscreen on his little wiener tip to take like a meme picture. Look, I have a black. My wiener's black.
My wiener has blackface.
And he did blackface on his wiener, and he ripped it. I mean, that's all I can say. That's my theory.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we'll just go with that, right, Sam?
No, I'm feeling bad for Sam now. Damn it.
No, come on.
No, let's
look. Sammy's wiener works just fine. He just needs a nice young lady to come in.
Now I'm gonna have to smoke on your stream, Sam. I'm upset.
You already did. It's fine.
I don't care. I don't care that you smoke on stream. I drink on stream. So.
I know,
clearly,
like after sex, right? Just lighting it up, feeling bad. It's like Semper's fucking steps after intimacy. It's like feeling bad. Now he's got to light a cigarette. You see what I got to do? You see what I have to do, Sam? Because I love you.
That's cute that you think I have intimate moments with people.
Look,
I'll be honest. I'll be dead honest. I have not had sex in 5 years, and that's by choice.
Oh shit!
Boom! Breaking news on the Sam Whitfield show. I haven't, and that's by choice because I think people are gross, and I don't know what's swimming around in people, and I don't want to have a relationship because then somebody's going to want to call or text me, and I don't want to do that. And I'm an old man. I'm 44. Shit ain't as important to me now as it used to be. I've had plenty of sex with the two people that I've been with for the majority of my life. I'm good.
Yeah, and you got babies. You got things to focus on.
Well, and I think about it, and I go, well, I mean, yeah, that's why I tell people I'm not dateable because of my kid schedule. Because I will sell the spirit animal is the love of my life, and I would sell anybody out for her. And it wouldn't even be a question. And the little man's over here every other day, So it's like I can't have a relationship. I've never had a one night stand, and I never would. I think it's gross, and it would be uncomfortable and weird. So I just don't. And honestly, it's not that big of a deal. It like I think about it sometimes. Like I'll be sitting on the couch and be like, "Oh, it'd be nice to watch a movie with somebody," and then I go, "Oh, but then they're gonna want to." And it's so much work. Ugh. Nah, never mind. I'll just watch this movie by myself.
Hey, at least you haven't had someone try and throw ice water at you because they saw a MAGA pin on your lapel.
No, somebody would have to get within 3 acres of me to throw water on me, and they just don't. Seriously, the only time I have human interaction that's outside of chat or outside of the spirit animal and her brothers and sisters and her mom, the only time I ever have human interaction outside of that is when I go and sing. And then I go there, I sit down, I'll hang out with people and talk to them. But when it's time to go, I'm like, all right, see you later. Nobody has my number. Nobody can text me. Like, that's the way I prefer it. It's great. And if I want to talk to my friends, I just load up my stream.
Yep. I mean, people people always say, "Oh, you need to get out more." But the thing it is people always want to bring up COVID now, and because that's everyone's hot, topic now. And I'm like, I don't, you're not gonna like what I have to say about it. So
hold on, I got to address Laura. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I'm not.
Well, okay, so for podcast listeners, Laura's question was, wait, don't you have to be married? Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. No, I do believe that is the right thing to do. Now, I've always adhered to that. No, I've had sex outside of marriage. But yes, no, I believe that is the right way to do it. If I were to ever get married again, which is highly unlikely, I would have sex, but other than that, I just could care less about it. Seriously. Like dating is the worst. You're right, Brew. Dating's awful. And I tried to date for a little while, and those people were vile and disgusting. And then I got to the point where the last person I dated was about 5 years ago, and she was being passive aggressive, and so I took the passive and left the aggressive. Like, so she'd be like, fine, and I'd be like, oh, okay. And I go, because I can't handle it. I can't handle people being passive aggressive with me. So I just don't pay attention to their aggression until they finally sack up, pull up their big girl panties, and decide to get aggressive with me. And then she decided to do that. And then she was sitting on my back porch with me, and she's and I just turned and I went, I don't want to do this anymore. And that was the last time I ever dated anyone.
Based.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you talk about, or well, I guess when you think about dating as dating, like, yeah, that certainly fucking sucks. But, if you do things with people, do things you enjoy with people that enjoy doing similar things, you tend to find people you enjoy being around, which admittedly, especially in this day and age, is not the easiest thing, but it's not impossible. When you hyper focus on shit like, I have to date someone, or that's your goal, instead of just being around people that enjoy things that you enjoy. You're not always going to like them. They're not always going to, actually, in my experience, you're going to dislike most of them. But the only way you're ever going to find any of the gems is looking. And I get the urge not to, but you never know what you're going to find. And it's not always going to be good, but it's always going to be, in my experience, worth, looking for.
Well, and for me, it's like I'm 44 years old. So in order for me to date, I'm 44 years old and I have kids, and I have kids that are over here a lot, and I go over there a lot where I'm attached to her land. Like, it's my land, her land, and we're attached. The kids can walk. My son could walk in here at any moment. Right. And like, he'd just open the door and be like, hey, what's up, Dad? And my life is built that way. I prefer it that way. I want it that way. And so that leaves my house completely out of it. And then on top of that, I'm a 44-year-old person with kids, and I have to find a woman who doesn't want kids but loves kids, who is my age, that isn't a jaded asshole and has actually learned something, and who doesn't give a shit about money like I don't. And if I can find that's what we call a unicorn, and they don't exist.
Sure.
In my age, at my age, you have two options. You have somebody who worked their entire fucking life and never decided to have a family or anything like that, and then their clock starts ticking and they need to find a man to have a kid. Well, I ain't having another kid. I'm not. I'm now the baby collector. I collect other people's babies. That's what I do. Like my youngest son and the spirit animal, not biologically mine. You know, I've been there their whole lives, but they're not biologically mine. And so what I'm not having another kid. So those ladies are out. Plus, they're assholes who think being a dick is somehow being a woman. You know, don't call me pretty, don't call me cute because I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't want to have anything to do with those people. They're assholes. That's what we in the corporate world, in regard to males, call people assholes. You're an asshole. Yep. And so I don't want to have anything to do with you. The other one is some chick who has been used by another dude or fucking broken, and they're coming out of some fucking marriage that failed or something like that, and then they're going to treat me with the suspicion of that other guy. Or that other guy is going to be slashing my fucking tires because every single female I've ever dated has some psycho ex dude that is fucking wanting to kick my ass. They never do. Nobody ever shows up in front of me. But I don't want that either, because you've got all kinds of emotional issues. You didn't take time to heal. You're now going out and you want to date, and you're going to want to fucking rummage through my phone. You know what happens when you go through my phone? You're going to accuse me. You're going to want to look at my phone. I'm going to slide my phone over the table, let you look at it and see that I'm not a fucking cheating dirtbag, and then I'm going to get it back, and our relationship will be over. So you confirmed what you were worried about, but you did it at the expense of being in a relationship with me because you've now broken trust. And those are the only two options for somebody in my age category. That's it.
See, well, you know what? I'm sorry, Sammy. I'll try to keep it concise here. But
no. I'm enjoying this.
What
really bums me out?
Keeping it concise with the least concise person on the planet. Go ahead.
Well, I'm up there in contention with you, buddy. But what I heard was a lot of absolutions, you know, and I mean there's a lot to be said for knowing yourself and stuff, but like life is changed, man, and I don't care how fucking old you are. People are not, you cannot script them the way in which you describe. There is a rubric for sure. You can put people into categories, and most of the time you might be right, but just be careful how you put those walls, I guess, is what I'm saying. Because what I was saying is ignore the idea of dating. How about finding people that you are interested in, you know, have similar interests with you, other people you are interested in being around, and whatever that may be. I don't know. I
do that when I sing. When I sing, I go out. I had people texting me tonight asking me if I was gonna go out through my DJ friend. He was like,
right, okay.
"Hey, this person is wondering if you're coming tonight," and I'm like, "No, I'm on stream tonight," because I was on Winning TV, and then it was like 10:30, and I'm like, "Damn, it's too late. I ain't going out there." And so I texted him, and he's like, "Oh, this person's gonna be sad. This person's gonna be sad." And I'm like, "Well, I'll see him later."
Right. Well, see, and I guess that's a perfect example of just, you know, if you explore that the times you have the chances to.
Look, if I run into a unicorn, dude, and I identify that unicorn, I'm not closed off to it. I'm just saying that it's just not there. Not at my age.
Okay. Well, my point that I was trying to make is I think, you know, when you frame it in the way of a unicorn, which obviously doesn't exist, you're never going to find it. And people are a lot more flexible you could take two people with virtually identical circumstances that have grown up, one in Alabama and one in fucking Chicago, and they are going to be very different people and act very different. You know what I mean? You
No, I
could-
do.
on
We
pa-
live in
on
we also live in a society where people don't address the problems that they go through. They go through something horrible and then they just go, well, the reason I do this is because
A
of this
lot
and
of-
because
right.
of this. And it's like, no, you're
Right.
supposed to overcome and battle through that. And
A lot of
I'm not
people don't.
going to be the one to try to get you to recognize that, because I can't fix you. And you're going to look at me and who I am and the way I am and the way I talk and what I have and the stability that I provide and the type of father that I am. And you're going to look at me and you're going to think this person could be good for me. No, I can't fix you. You have to fix yourself. Go fix yourself and come back. I fixed myself when my wife left. I fixed myself when I had to pick my son's face up and put it back on his body. I fixed myself when my job that I was working 80 hours a week and only getting paid 40 of it decided they didn't want to deal with my personal problems. I fixed myself after my spine surgery. You need to do that shit too. And once you've done that, then you can come to me. But not only do I believe that you can't do it, even recognize it, I don't think you can go through the 2 to 3 years it's going to take you to figure it out and heal from this.
And I find that I don't know. I mean, I absolutely agree with you on so many levels because of so many people that I've dealt with and just crashed and fucking burned. But the few bright spots in my life, human beings that I know still, that aren't family, they come from the strangest of places, and they've come from not. I mean, having my gut, kind of not judging the book by its cover, even though the cover tells you the book. The general story, you get it by looking at the cover, but it doesn't, there's nuance in there that is important.
And that's
that
correct. You
can
could have a
affect
gem
you.
and a shitty cover, but the
Sure.
thing is if you don't even have enough respect for what you wrote to put a cover on it that's halfway fucking decent, then I don't want to see it. I don't want to read it. Because 900 out of 901 times, it's going to be a shitty ass fucking book.
Well, so what it sounds like is you're looking for you, man, in a female version, right?
No,
Somebody
no,
that-
I dated a woman that was like me, and it was a fucking nightmare. That's how I figured out that passive aggression was a bad thing, was because I experienced it through someone else. I was like, oh my God, that is why the woman formerly known as my wife and the woman known as my spirit animal's mom said the exact same things word for word to me, even though one was born and raised in California and one was born and raised in Texas. They said literally the exact same thing to me. That's why, because I said that exact same thing to that person.
Right.
And she was awesome and she was hot, and you would be proud of it, Sam. She had great tits. And besides, I've got my brew, my lore, and my sauce, and I don't need any other women. You fucking kidding me?
Well,
Those are my ladies.
Well, that's true, but they also hang out in my chat a lot, though too. So
Yeah, but they're mine, so they can hang out here. I don't care. They're my ladies.
I don't mean to brag, but I edited a video of you and made a couple of songs with one of them. I'm not going to spoil it for the chat.
Is it as good as the Cat and Heat song?
Probably not.
Oh, you didn't see the Cat and Heat song? Let me drop it in the Discord. Hold on.
Oh,
The Cat and Heat song is awesome. I think I still have it in my copied from the last stream I was on. Hold on. I'm gonna drop it in Sam Live links.
yes, that's the
No, show prep. I'll drop it in show prep.
Yep.
Let's see. Please don't be a Pornhub thing. Please don't be a Pornhub thing. Ah, joking. Oh, nope. That's not it. That's the Bring Donkey Kong to Life Evanescence DV rap, DK rap mix up, which is awesome.
What the fuck Sumer language are you speaking right now?
No, it's a song mix up with the DK rap from Donkey Kong Country 2 that's at the beginning of it, and they mixed Evanescence Bring Me to Life into it. It's fantastic.
Is that what you were looking for? Or?
That was just the last link I copied.
Oh.
I got to go find the other one in my Twitter.
Let's say Semper's trying to get Sam copyright struck.
No, this won't copyright strike you. It's a mashup.
So
I mean, it'll get claimed, but what doesn't get claimed?
So Semper, I do have to ask, and maybe this is the wrong time to ask, but
Here's the right one.
someone asked me recently, if I know any anti-vaxxers and
Yes,
why.
you do know one.
And
I am very vehemently anti-vax.
I know a couple, and someone was saying that the autistic kids thing is BS, and I said, well, I've heard enough stories now. I'm not so sure it is anymore. I've heard a little bit of what you went through with the spirit animal, and it's not. But I'm not completely familiar with the whole story. So.
Well, I mean, look, I don't recommend it, but if you want to take the chance that there is a genetic switch in your child that could react adversely to the 60 to 80 vaccines that you give them between the time that they're born and the 3-year mark, then go ahead. I'm not telling you not to do it. All I'm saying is that once you encounter it, and once you watch, and I get emotional about this when I talk about it because it makes me angry. But when you watch the love of your life, your little angel, start seizing on the ground after she gets a vaccination and she never speaks to you again, that's a very, very good indicator of you turning anti-vax. I know a lot of nonverbal autistic parents, and every single one of them is anti-vax. Because they watched their child, they trusted, and I didn't get her the vax. I've always been anti-vax. Homemade ramen and Semper Kid had exemptions the majority of their life. Their mom had conservatorship, so when people started, the mumps is there's an outbreak, she ended up taking them, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. But for the majority of their lives, they were not vaccinated against anything. I was anti-vax before the internet was like a thing. Like you had to go to geo sites to find the vax information that I was looking at. And but with the spirit animal, I had no control over it because she's not biologically mine. And her mom thought, what everybody else thinks. Oh, it'll be okay. I have to do it. All of this stuff. And it didn't really make sense what I was saying to her until she dropped, until she started seizing out, until her entire demeanor changed, until she got to the point where it was clear that something was very, very wrong. I have video of her saying brother and ball and all kinds of stuff before the MMR, and she hasn't said any of those things since. And that's it's the nature of the beast, and I'm closer to her than I would have been had she been able to talk, because we can't default to communicate, like verbal communication. We have to communicate on 6 other different levels, between her eye movement and her grunts and her stimming and her body language and stuff like that. And so I think I'm actually closer to her as a result of all of this. But yeah, no, you're not going to go through that as a parent and watch that happen and not come out the other side anti-vax.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really
closer to the mic, Sam.
I really don't judge anti-vax parents for that reason, because I mean, I've heard enough stories similar to yours. Yours I've heard before, and it's probably the most compelling one. But especially at that tender young age when their bodies can't handle that.
Well,
that
I mean,
stuff.
I put out the call on my own stream, and on the last stream I was just on, and I'll put it on here. You want me to change my mind? Find me a 65-year-old nonverbal person stimming, and I will believe. I would consider changing my mind at that point. But you're not going to, because there isn't a 65-year-old nonverbal autistic person on this planet, because it didn't exist back then. The increase in diagnosed autism matches the increase of vaccinations almost perfectly. When the vaccinations went up, the autism went up. And ADHD and ADD and Asperger's and all of this other shit that didn't exist prior to the 1970s, you can directly tie it to that.
Farming
Now,
too.
I'm not saying that as a matter of fact, YouTube. I'm saying that from my experience, that's what I see. Of course, all vaccines are 100% safe and effective and never hurt anyone. And even though there hasn't ever been another a single fucking blind, double-blind study done on any vaccination, and even though you can't fucking sue them, hey, look, we get it. It's completely safe and effective, and it's been invented. And my personal experience has nothing to do with the fucking science. There, I gave you the disclaimer.
No, I mean, I've got this recording, so it'll go up on Odyssey if this gets.
Copy that. I really hate to do this, but I have to go. Not because of Sammy. Get the smart. I see it. I don't.
You, Sammy.
I know he was gonna say something about Mexican food or something about a cute little Mexican. She's
Speaking
not
of,
here.
quesadillas are fucking amazing.
I do have to work in the morning, very early, and I just closed this evening, so I got to open.
Well, then you can't go Apex until he runs the cat video. Run the cat video, Sam.
All right, yeah, play me the cat video, and then I got to
play the cat video, Sam.
All right,
Sam, play it. Sam, play the cat video, Sam.
I've got
Sam. Cat video.
I've got the.
Play it.
Play it, Sam.
Sam, this is President Obama speaking. Would you? I don't know. Would you?
Listen here, Jack.
Would you please play the cat video, please?
All right, let me.
I'm Barack Obama, and I'm fucking gay. I don't have sound. Play me sound. You got to click on it.
You got to click on it, Sam. Click on the sound, Sam. Sam, what about the sound?
All right, yeah. Let me...
No, you got to start from the beginning with the sound. There we go. So it's a cat in heat. Looks like it's got a little Finding Nemo toy there. He found Nemo. Getting ready to build a cat house with that wood. Here we go. Hit me some bass. There we go. Woo! Now hit me with some bass.
Reverb.
That's right. I'm a builder cat. I got some wood and planks, and I'm built.
Let's go. Get it, bro. Come on.
Don't pay attention to my.
Yeah.
Oh, I messed it up. Don't pay attention to my cloudy eye. Woo! That's how we do it here.
Is that one of yours, Apex?
No, I wish. The cats aren't that talented. They just go.
I ran that on a loop the other day, like 5 times in a row. So great.
Yeah, my YouTube algorithm goes from cat videos to cooking videos to all sorts. I've got the YouTube algorithm confused on purpose.
Oh man, unfortunately, I've had the same fucking Google account for like 13 years now, so they got me figured out pretty good.
What I watched the other day, I watched something that just completely obliterated my I watched something that was popular, and then all of a sudden my entire feed was nothing but that. I was like, oh God.
That does happen still.
And it took like a week to get it out of there. Like if I watch something Ben Shapiro, all of a sudden everything is Ben Shapiro. And I'm like, God, I just wanted to watch that for the bit.
Yeah.
Next time I'm watching on Twitter.
All right, Semper, dude. Thank you, dude, very much for popping in. It's nice to chat with you again.
It's always fun to hang out with you guys.
Fuck yeah. Sammy, you guys, I don't know how soon you're wrapping up, but I do got to go to bed. Chat, you're amazing as always. What, Sam?
I'm still good. I'm still good to go for a bit if Semper is. So.
Yeah, I'm up for
it. Killer. All right. Well, you guys have a great rest of the show. Thank you again for having me. It's nice to talk to you. Y'all have a good night.
Have fun, Mr. No Face.
Later.
Yeah, he's decided to he's decided to hide his avatar on Discord. He thinks if he somehow like has the same color as Discord, that no one will see that it's him. So
he's acting like you can't go to earlier streams and be able to find it if you need it.
Oh yeah.
If they're gonna dox you, Apex, they're gonna go back to the early streams and get your face. There's no reason to cover it now. You've already uncovered it before. You've done your face reveal. Own it.
We have well, and I think that's what got him. I think the Apex freeze frame memes got him. So, but
wait till people start making videos about him.
I'm just waiting for the videos that people are gonna make on me. I'm sure though. I've said so many things that could be clipped. I'm surprised there aren't more things of me that.
No, I said the phrase "bout that ass," and all of a sudden, Brew's making videos on it. Alan made videos on it. I'm like, man. And now I've gotten very conscious with it. They still catch me every once in a while, but now I'm like, okay. In my head, as I'm about to say it, I go, am I going to be okay with a video being made of this? And then I'll usually follow it up once I say it with, "You're welcome, Brew."
There's a video. So last year when the whole George Floyd riots were happening, I was playing like an MSNBC clip on stream. And I got so aggravated. I barely ever scream, but I just out and out, just like scream my head off. The next thing I know, Alan just pops into the chat. It says clips. The next thing.
Yeah. And you know what the beautiful thing about being on Discord with you is they have a perfect green screen to be able to just pull whatever the hell they want and make a video out of it.
And next,
I know I'm not stupid, Brew.
She has memed Apex and I being gay. That exists out there. So, but yeah,
it's all fun. It's weird at first when you first see it, but then after that, it's like, all right, it's fun.
And see, unlike certain comedians that I use comedians in heavy air quotes, but unlike certain people that
talking about cult leaders.
Yep. Yeah, certain cult leaders. Unlike certain cult leaders, I can actually take a joke about myself. Even some of the meaner ones, I'm like, all right, I don't, so.
Yeah. So when I was dancing to the cat, like she could do something with that.
There's the video of you dancing with that guy. At the
favorite.
Yeah.
That guy, I love that guy. Although I'll tell you this, Christopher Williams DC has turned into white people need to be eliminated. Christopher Williams DC, my wonderful cow that is in the wild that nobody touches, has decided to become militant black guy who thinks white people should be wiped off the face of the earth, which makes me a little sad.
Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, though, getting back to what you were saying about the spirit animal would, the vaccine. The one thing that drives me insane is, just from me personally, is people keep saying, "Oh, you need to get the vax because you have cerebral palsy." And I always tell them, I'm like, no, that's precisely the reason why I don't.
Yep.
Why I shouldn't get the vax, because if I get COVID, I know I'm fucked, but also I know that if I get the vaccine,
But what if you develop Bell's palsy and it cancels out your cerebral palsy? Huh?
That
you ever think of that?
That would be oh god. Then that would certainly be interesting. But Yeah, I mean, at this point, the pro-vax people are just trying whatever they can to, get people to take
Well,
it.
I was saying this earlier tonight. On Winning TV's channel. It like for you guys, this tactic of what they're doing, it's new, and you're outraged by it. I've been dealing with this exact same tactic for 20 fucking years. And it has gotten increasingly harder over the years. But all of the stuff they're trying to do to get people to take these vaccines, I've experienced them all with my kids. So this is old hat to me. That's why it's so easy for me to stand back and say no. And that's why I say, don't argue with these people. Just say, I don't want to. Well, did you know that you could die? Yeah. So you're still not going to take it? No. Why? Because I don't want to.
Yeah.
But what about other people? Okay. That's not going to make me want to. I don't want to. I don't care about other people. You don't care about other people? No. I care about my family and the people that are around me and the people I know. I don't give a shit about anybody in another state that I don't know. I don't fucking care. I don't even know that person exists. So no.
The whole narrative that you're the one that did get to me a bit was the you millennials, you don't want to get a vaccine, so you're going to cause your grandmother to die. Now my grandmother,
she's old.
Now my grandmother is in a nursing home. She has a pretty advanced dementia, but before the at the beginning of the lockdown happened, her memory was still somewhat intact, and she said, I don't care about, the vaccine. I just want to be able to hug my family and, whatnot one last time before, my memory goes. And that to me, it broke my heart. And and so that's what I've always told people. I'm like,
that does. You think it's going to be pleasant for me to lose my fucking job? I got as perfect of a performance evaluation as you can possibly get on my last performance evaluation. It's not going to be pleasant for me to lose my job, but if that's what needs to be done, then that's what. Because now, even if you get past the religious aspect of it and you get past the health aspect of it, of what it's doing to people's health, even when you get on the other side of that, now you're telling me I have to. So I immediately am going to double down and say fucking no. I've been fine for the last 2 years. I've been working, I've been going to the store, I've been doing all this shit, I'm fine. Why am I going to take a fucking vaccine now? And you can't give me a valid explanation for that. So you know what? Fuck you. No. And now I'm going to say no just because you're telling me I have to.
Well, that's where I'm at now too. I didn't really care if you want to get the vax, great, but But like now that they're trying to force people and more importantly fearmonger people into doing it, that's where I have a problem. Because
I've had people go, oh, so you're willing to die over this? And I look at them and I go, I joined the fucking Marine Corps on my own and went to Kuwait. Yes, I'm willing to die for what I believe in. Yes. Why would you even question that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Of course I'm willing to die for something I believe in.
It's not even I mean, it is that for me, but it's more of like, look, I know what, I'm pretty sure I know what's going to work for my body and what isn't. So why are you trying to tell me that even though I know I've gotten sick from vaccines in the past, and that was just the flu vaccine, what makes you all of a sudden think that you're more of an expert on my body than I am?
Yeah, well, and because the World Health Organization, the CDC said so.
Well,
now, if you want a copy of and the FDA is in there too. If you want a copy of the 396 drugs that have been recalled by the FDA that were formally approved, I can shoot you the link. that has every single one of those drugs on there. The last one being Chantix that they just recalled because they found out how long has been Chantix been out for, like, what, 20 years? They just found out it's causing cancer. 20 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have cable TV anymore, but when we did, every other commercial is for a pharmaceutical.
And you know why they're having influencers and celebrities and news and all that stuff advertise the shot, but they don't run ads on TV? Do you know why?
I mean, I don't have, like I said, I don't really watch TV, so I don't know. So.
Well, if they ran the commercials on television for the vaccine, they would have to list out all of the side effects. But if you advertise it,
yes.
celebrities and news articles and influencers on YouTube and shit like that, you don't have to list all of the side effects. By the way, one of the side effects that are listed on it is Bell's palsy and death and myocarditis.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my stepfather is a big health nut. Yeah, and he's 68. He's not getting the vax. He's not getting the vax either. So, I mean, for all of the reasons.
I'm not telling you not to. Like, if you want to go and fucking put that shit in your body, that's fine. But see, here's the thing. If I respect you, and you're someone who has stood up there and beat your chest about government control and how you need to not bend to the government or put your knee down and you should have freedom. And if you're one of those fucking people, if you're part of libertarian Twitter or any of that shit, and then you decide because you want to travel on a plane or you're worried about losing your job, you decide to get it, that's fine. That's your choice. But I ain't ever going to fucking respect you, and I ain't ever going to be on your fucking stream again. I can promise you that. Because you have just made it harder for me to say no because you back down. And the more people who back down, the harder it's going to be on the ones that don't. And so if you're vocal about it and then you go, well, I mean, I have to now because I can't blah, blah, then you just traded your value system in for to get something that you don't believe is healthy for you because you bent the knee to people who are pressuring you to. So you can get it and that's your right and that's fine, but I no longer respect you as any type of truther type person. You're just another fucking shill.
Yeah. And also, I mean, the one thing I will say that is kind of like a positive, not necessarily about the vax, but one thing I always used to get is all the pro-choice people with, well, it's you know, my choice, my bot, my.
Yeah, but those people have always been hypocritical. So of course they're gonna say it's different. Of course that's kind of one of those Fox News talking. Well, Fox News is pro-vax, but that's one of those, you know, kind of boomer talking points. It's like, of course, you know, you're talking about people who think it's not murder to inject saline into a woman's body to chemically burn a child alive and then rip that child out of the womb once it's dead, piece by piece by piece. Those are the people you're talking to. So of course they're going to be upside down. But the thing, like, take Adonis Paul, for example. Adonis Paul has never said, you know, I'm not going to get it because it's Adonis Paul has always maintained, I don't want it. And so until there's some reason that makes me take this thing, I'm not going to. And then he found a reason and he decided to take it once that reason was presented. I still like and respect Adonis Paul because he was never one of those people who stood up and said, I'll never get this thing. So if you want to get it, that's fine. But don't you fucking dare stand up and try to be some fucking rights warrior and grift off of that and then turn around and bend the knee when it gets hard.
Right.
Because then I won't respect you.
And I've never been one of that. I've never been one of those. I've always been one of those ones where it's like, look, I'm not getting it. You can get it if you want to.
Yeah,
I just
Ghost of Nicolo said, one of the ones I hear a lot too. but how will our vaccines work if you don't get yours? That's a legitimate argument they're making. That, look, we have to get to a certain percentage, and if we would have done that, the Delta variant wouldn't exist. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me that if we would have all gotten vaccinated in the very beginning, that we would have wiped out the first virus in the history of forever? No, stop it. You can't fucking know that. You cannot know that if 100% of the population was vaccinated against this thing with this experimental fucking poison that they want to put in. You cannot know that it would have eliminated this virus. It's impossible to know that. So stop telling me that.
I mean,
thank you for reminding me of that.
I mean,
I didn't think about it.
Yeah, no, that's an argument I've heard. The other thing I heard, I mean, it's not just the vaccines. Apply that to the lockdowns. Oh, well, if we had all stayed indoors for 14 days, then we would have been out of it. Then it's, the next thing. Oh, if we had only stayed in, lockdown for 30 days, we could have gotten out of it. And, and so on. And
you want to have some real fun, Sam? Let's take it to another disease. We can test for AIDS. We know when you have AIDS. Why don't, since we're ripping rights away from everyone, and since we seem to want to quarantine everyone, why don't we go and test every person in the United States for AIDS? And then anybody who's positive to AIDS, we ship them to an island that is surrounded by barbed wire fence and a full fucking military, and we let them live the rest of their life on that island, never being able to get off. And guess what? We just fucking solved the AIDS problem. There's no AIDS left. Everybody in the world has been tested. If you tested positive, you get moved to this camp on an island that is surrounded by military. If you try to jump the fence, we fucking shoot you. But you can live the rest of your life on that island. It's a small sacrifice to make for the health benefits for the world. And we'll just put everybody who has AIDS on this little island, and poof, we eliminated AIDS. And you know what else we can do? We can do that for dwarfism. We can do it for cerebral palsy. We can do it for everything. Let's just gather anybody who has a fucking cold sore and test positive for fucking herpes. Let's do it. We're moving you to the AIDS island. Anybody who gets the flu, moving you to the AIDS island. Gone. All diseases are gone. But wait, that sounds fucking unreasonable, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's for the greater. It's for the fact that people are saying.
But AIDS doesn't exist. I know, Owen. Shut up.
Well, yeah, that's a whole other thing. But by the way, I don't know why, but I've been getting Revenge of the Sis clips from last year in my feed, and just for goofs, I went back and watched the whole my dad F my godfather saga, where he was out in the raincoat for that one. That was a bizarre.
Yeah, it's all and this is what it like. Everything we're talking about is a moot point. Everyone knows it's not, all of this is bullshit. None of it's real. It's all a fucking storyline. It's all a script. But the problem with that is if we adhere to not talking about things that are part of the script, then it's, hey, welcome to the Sam Whitfield show. Nothing's real. Nothing exists. See you guys later. And that would be your stream. So yeah. Talking about it is it's just kind of the nature of the beast. Otherwise, we just go to watching 50s videos and go live in the 50s and be happy.
Yeah, or what I've been doing and just watching stuff from the
Are you in the 80s? Well, let's watch some 80s shit, man. I've been talking about vaccines all night. Let's watch some 80s shit.
I actually I'm sure the stream will get taken down for this, but I saw I did not know that Don Johnson had a music career in addition to being in Miami Vice, but it is one of the cringiest, most 80s things I've ever seen.
Let's go.
But yeah, no, I love you. I love your 50s nostalgia stuff, and that's
My
what,
entire format now, and it's not going to change because I'm sick of talking about this shit. And of course, Chad will be able to get me to spiral every once in a while. Everybody wins.
yeah.
I'm going to get Royce on in the near future. I'm going to have Royce on, and he's going to go through 50 stuff with me. I'm excited.
Well, that'd be nice. I've had Mersh on stream like a long time ago, but I haven't had Royce on yet. So
I don't know. I don't know that I would. I don't know that I would gel real well with Mersh on a stream. I mean, we get along. Like if I went to a bar or something, I just don't think a stream with the two of us would be very compelling.
I
And
mean,
plus, Alan might lose his mind.
well, the last time Mersh and I were on stream together, it was early on in the whole John Arcade gummy saga.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, Alan would be respectful. He probably would just leave because he's always been really cool about respecting my stream and my chat and the people I have on. So I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't even know if he'd come on my stream. I don't know. I've never asked him. I've talked to him a couple of times, but never really asked him. Royce is the one I'm gel with more between the two of them.
Yeah,
I like them both. I watch Nightwave.
No, no. Well, you're a mod on ROTC too. I've seen your wrench in there.
Yeah, he knows about me. It's not like we don't. Like if I ever go out to an event or something that they're doing, I would hang out with Mersh and we'd talk and laugh.
Same.
And, I think that my style and Royce's style kind of gel better. I think if I had Mersh on and we went through 50s videos, I think Mersh would be bored out of his mind.
I would agree. Well, I think Royce does a lot of pop culture stuff too.
Yeah.
Like you do. And Mersh is more like he does like a lot of
farmer.
Yeah. Which I mean is why he was so good at coming.
Well, no, that's a bad version. Mersh is someone who is more kind of philosophical in pointing out dickheads on the internet. That's my opinion in regards to Mersh. Mersh understands assholes and goes after them when he sees them.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very true. So, yeah.
I know there's a lot of people who don't like him, and that's fine if you don't like him. But
I mean,
I like Nightwave. I do. The way he deconstructed Owen with that brainworm of Crowder was probably one of the best mind fucks I've ever watched in a clip. That it's just I watched it live when it was happening, and I was still in the cult and stuff like that, and I was watching it going, holy shit, like he's just working them.
As you know, I was there too when that happened, and we were out of it, but I assume that had to be one of like the turning points. Oh geez, I hate saying turning point now because it's cringy, but yeah, was that one of the first like barrier moments for you, the Crowder thing?
No, Crowder lost me a while back. Crowder lost me when he went to Blaze and kind of sold his soul.
Well, no. What in regards to Owen? I mean, watching Owen flip on Crowder.
No, well, Owen started getting to the point with Owen where it was just like, oh, okay, like he did the moon thing, and I made a comment in his chat when he started on the moon thing, and I was like, really, we're doing this? Like, you just found out something that people have been going off on for 30 years, and we're gonna do this now? Like, hey, 1980 called and said that they want their fucking storyline back. What the oh God, I'm gonna have to sit here and listen to you pine and yank information that I've heard 100,000 times for like 20 years of my life. Stop. And it just started getting annoying, and then I watched him grift into the truther community, and it just kind of got a little worse, and I'm like, I I don't even like why am I watching this? Like, I don't even like it. And I noticed that I was going in the chats and stuff like that just because of the people that were in there. And I just went, ugh. And then I just kind of stopped watching him. And then he was ripping off my shit. He was watching my stuff. And then 10 minutes after I would stop, he would fire up an Instagram stream and start saying exactly the same shit I was saying, but not credit me. And I was just like, why am I dealing with this douchebag? And then I'm getting hit by Johnny and Alan. And I'm like, why the fuck am I even doing this shit for this? Like, the only reason these people are attacking me is because of him. And I just got to the point where I was like, I'm just not going to watch. And especially after I became friends with Alan, and I was like, oh, well, my perception of this guy is completely different than what I was told. I just kind of stopped. And then once he found out I stopped, it was, well, he didn't find out. Once it was said in his stream that I was no longer watching his stuff, that's when he took me, did the on-air takedown. But I checked out a long time before that.
Well, I mean, we left Johnny and Alan, Johnny and I and our group. We left, and then the gummy thing happened after we left. We left because of the whole Nimmer thing, but in regards to the whole moon thing, the thing that was, astounding to me wasn't so much that he was covering the moon. It was the hill that he was going to die on was the moon conspiracy, and he did that for everything. Like you with the vaccines, I can at least understand because vaccines are not a nothing thing. But the moon landing in like the grand echelon of conspiracies is. So same thing with the JQ and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
it just got I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have to listen to him talk for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours off of something that people already know all this shit. It's going to annoy the shit out of me. Like, I didn't say anything outside of, we're going to be talking about stuff that people have done 20 years ago. Like, come on, like, okay. And then he just kept on going and kept on going. And then it just got to the point where it was weird, when he stopped drinking and his wife had this bruise on her eye and he had these scrapes in his arms and he refused to talk about how any of it. He could have made a funny story about it and he didn't. And then he stopped drinking and then he started calling his dad gay because his dad sent an email where he said, "You're not going to try to hurt my I told you if you ever tried to hurt or take my family away or hurt my family." I'm like, why are you even saying, what could your dad have done to try to hurt you and your family? Like, none of it made any sense. And he was just getting erratic. And I was just like, okay. And then he called Sauce and a Warren. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm out.
Yeah, which that I mean, I didn't even know you that well at that point, but when you did the horror rant, I mean, you became,
it's one of my legendary rants.
You became one of my favorite. So
he didn't even yell it into the camera. I was like, whore, but he didn't. He goes, "You're a whore. I'm calling you whore. How about that?" But it just kind of came out as, like, I'm pretty sure that all of us who saw that, we were all hearing him scream it. But he didn't actually scream it. He was just like, "You're a whore. You're a whore. You're a whore. How about that? I'm calling you a whore. How about that, whore?"
His was more like bratty, like high school girl.
Yeah, you're a whore.
Click.
You're a whore. Huh? Whore. But in my mind, he was screaming it at her, so that's the way I recalled it.
Yep. I mean, and yeah, I mean, the other thing, the thing that I kind of became known for with him is I'm the first one who called him out on his holy on his holy squirt. You know.
Yeah, I was gone before any of the squirt shit. I was
Right.
gone before his spiritual grifting. I was gone before the turpentine. I was gone before all that shit.
So was I. But I mean,
I didn't even know what was going on outside of outside of Johnny and Milker clips. I had no idea what was going on. I was like, what? He's drinking turpentine now? What the fuck is that?
that was the first stream that you and I did together, was the turpentine thing, actually. going through together. I hadn't covered Owen in a couple months at that point, and then when Johnny was like, dude, he's drinking turpentine, I'm like, he's doing what now?
I did enjoy the barrage of bear comments when I left. After he did the takedown and I did still, by the way, unquestionably my most viewed video, when I did that response to his little takedown. The comments were just fucking unbelievable, and I was like, they would come in and then I would speak bear back to them, and I'm like, yeah, I can speak retard, guys. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? You've been here for what, a week? Do you not even fucking know that Owen said don't give people the clicks because it's going to put them in the algorithm? You're actually doing what Owen told you not to do. In fact, he called people who go and watch videos like mine gammas, and you're being the fucking gamma. Stop being a fucking gamma. Go get your gravy elsewhere. Yes, I can speak retard with the best of them. And then they just all kind of went away, and I've never heard from them again.
Yeah, same here. When the thing that really amused me was there were a couple bears that were coming on to my videos and making like bad wheelchair jokes, like.
Were they?
Like
you're like, I think wheelchair jokes are funny. How about them apples?
Well,
Yours
no,
was just bad.
It wasn't even that. I was more like, okay, I'm not insulted by the fact that you guys are making wheelchair jokes. I'm insulted that you guys are part of a quote unquote comedians, group, and you're writing jokes, and yet you can't even make like a good wheelchair joke. They're like the most basic, like middle school level, insults. I was more insulted by the lack of creativity. So
when you become so dull and boring that not even Milker Nation is posting about you, you got a problem. Like you're just so boring that Milker's still going into your history and posting videos of you and James True, because the shit you're doing now is so unbelievably fucking boring that there's no value in clipping it.
Someone asked me where Owen's at now, like where you can find him, and I literally said I don't know, and I don't really care. He's
I think he's on Odyssey, if I remember right. When I watched the 10-hour documentary of when I watched the 10-hour thing for Bear Tardia, he said towards the end that you have to pay $15 a year or $15 a month for the Bear app. And they post links in that, but all of his streams were coming from Odyssey back the last time I saw anything on it.
Yeah,
the 10-hour documentary.
Yeah, I'm not downloading malware onto my phone, which is what the Bear app is. So.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't give anything to them anymore. And I don't, like, you don't ever see him and what's that fucking goofy ass motherfucker? Him and Vox Day. You don't see them being pals and talking about each other anymore either.
Well, Teddy's blog spot got nuked.
And I don't agree with it getting nuked.
neither do I. Neither do I. But I mean, what I'm surprised is that it took them this long to do it. I mean, it is a blog spot blog, so it's not necessarily high up on the list.
It's it's one of those things that nobody goes to anymore and reads.
Well, and then I guess he relaunched it on his own like server and whatever, but it still looks like a blog spot blog.
I used to hear Owen talk about Info Galactic or whatever it was all the time. Never hear him talk about that anymore. He's got his little thing, and I think Telegram he talks about, but I never hear him talking about their version of Twitter. I never hear him talk. What about that fucking movie? Remember the movie they were gonna make?
Oh yeah, the superhero movie.
Yeah. Do you know what happened to that movie?
That was supposed to get like released back in 2019. I think. But
No, they did that generic trailer, and then there was nothing. And like, I'm honestly asking, did they ever talk about it again or anything? I don't know.
No, I mean, the last I heard from what Scorpio posted, apparently it's
Basic coming on the YouTube side. What?
Apparently it's still on the back burner, I guess. But I don't know.
I don't know. I was watching some show and I saw a car pull off with dust coming out, and it sparked my memory. And I was like, wasn't Owen supposed to be in a movie that Vox was making about superheroes, and there was a car scene?
Which is
like, I wonder what happened to that.
Which by the way, the thing that Vox is ripping off, I mean writing, is actually
Rebels Run. Did they announce that they weren't doing it later on, Laura? Because I never heard them say anything either way. But then again, I haven't watched Owen in years.
Yeah, Rebels Run isn't happening, but Rebels Run I think is also, if you want to know what it is, it's a ripoff of the Amazon show The Boys. That's what the
Yeah, but they announced that before The Boys. The Boys didn't exist when they were talking. They were talking about that years ago.
I mean, well, the Boys in terms of a comic book,
It was out before then. Yeah.
In terms of a graphic novel, has been around for, and I mean, Vox ripped off the comic book too, so.
It's Fox Day, and so it's not real shocking to ask the question. But the answer is, well, he's done that with everything. But didn't they take money to start that movie? Didn't they have a GoFundMe to start that movie?
I think they did.
I don't remember.
I'm not sure if it got funded or anything. Caretaker Bear is in the chat, so Caretaker.
Yeah, I saw that Caretaker. I saw him talk about that a couple times in that 10-hour Bertardia documentary with paraplegic, whatever his name is. Paraplegic Bear.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been so out of it for so long. Like, I used to know everything that was going on in that community, and now I'm so out of it. And the thing is I don't give a shit. So it's not even worth. I'll watch a Milker video because I think they're hilarious and I like to kind of see what's going on over there. But I'm kind of on the ROTC side of the house, which is I'm kind of bored with it.
Yeah, and I mean ROTC has been doing lots of like news related stuff.
Yeah, and so unless he starts, burning books again or drinking some fucking toxic substance or something like that, I could care less. But I guarantee you that motherfucker's worn a mask. I know he says he hasn't, but I guarantee you he has.
I mean, I'm not even sure what's happening with his stalker at this point.
She left and she went away and she's fucking boring now. I just recently unsubscribed from her because all of her streams sucked. It's like if you're not tracking down Owen and stalking him, I have no interest in you.
Well, she was kind of boring to begin with, except for the fact that she was stalking Owen.
Talked to Owen? Yeah, no, that was fun.
So they don't, the Bears don't even really bother me in it anymore. I'm actually,
Yeah, but if he's making money off of it, Laura, he ain't going anywhere. That's why I told Anchor Bear, because Anchor Bear came into my YouTube channel and started talking shit about me, and I was like, dude, you have no fucking clue. I said, what you do, he promotes you. I said, you come and talk to me the day he starts ripping off your songs and calling them his own and not giving you credit for it, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. But until then, go back to licking Owen's asshole and leave me the fuck alone, because you have no fucking clue what it's like to have your content stolen by this fucker and not even given any type of credit for it. So stop.
yeah,
And he went away.
the last time that I had really heard anything from Owen, and I don't even know if this is really true, but
You
like,
should be wearing masks in a hospital. I agree with that, actually.
yeah, I think that people should wear masks in airports too, just because.
When I had to go into when I went into my hospital, I wore masks. That's where you're supposed to wear them.
Yeah, masks are, yeah. Hospitals.
That's why when everyone's like, "Oh my God, Donald Trump was wearing a mask," and it's like he's in the fucking hospital. He should be wearing a mask there, you retards.
You know what? You know what's weird about that is back when we were allowed to fly, I used to wear masks on airplanes just because of the recycled air thing, and I would always get strange looks from people for wearing a mask. Now it's the reverse. I get strange looks. Well, not so much here in Florida, but anywhere else, I get strange looks for not wearing a mask. So.
Yeah, no, I know he did, Tangent. And it was obvious. You could tell when he started stealing stuff. Like when he would grift into a new area and people would be like, "Oh my God, I'm getting all this attention from people." And then he ripped off all their stuff until he didn't have anything to rip off. And he's like a fucking locust. Like he's like a cloud of locusts. And he descends on fields and he eats up everything in that field. And right when he gets done eating everything, he just goes to the next fucking field.
He tried to. Owen did try to bait me back in February of this year, and I know that he was trying to bait me because as soon as I finished my tribute to Rush Limbaugh stream, he goes on and I guess says something like, I'm greater than Rush Limbaugh. He was trying to bait me, and I just laughed and I was like, well, you can think that, Owen, but that's just it's. I'm not even mad. I'm just more amused that you're that delusional that you.
There's still people who think that there's going to be live streaming on unauthorized.
Yeah.
Oh man, cognitive dissonance is a bitch.
Well, I mean, it is kind of fascinating when you consider the fact that people are just so desperate to belong somewhere. I feel like that's what it is. That they're so desperate to belong somewhere that they're just willing to glom on to anything, even if it's completely ridiculous.
Well, no, I'll give him this. I'll give Owen this. The vast majority of my very loyal followers on YouTube came from the bear community. So I will give him that. The reason that I have that I was able to gain traction in the first place was because of the bear community. But other than that, there was no value in me being involved with him in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, I would agree with that, and I mean that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons why Owen is so mad at John Arcade, was because in Owen's mind, Johnny basically poached all of Owen's best people and got him and got them to leave because of
Yeah.
of the whole Nimmer thing. And I mean same thing with you. I mean when I joined Owen's thing, it wasn't even necessarily because I liked him. It was because I found Owen on Rogan, and I felt bad for him that Kurt Metzger talked over him the entire time. So I wanted to.
Oh, that was the third one.
Yes.
I was there from the first one.
No, I got in on the third one, and then what happened was I tweeted that out, and someone from the Bears, I can't remember who it was, found me on Twitter, and I found my Ben Shapiro interview that I did from a long time ago, and told someone, was like, because Owen was still big into Shapiro at that point, and someone told Owen, like, Owen, this dude interviewed Ben Shapiro, so we need to get him into the thing. And at first I was happy to be there and help, and at first Owen was like,
Alan coming into the chat.
Owen was like, this kid is awesome, and and then, as soon as I was like, okay, well, thanks. But, I never like I was there more for the community, not so much for Owen and and Nimmer at that point. And then once Johnny left, I was out too. So
yeah. Well, Laura said she wanted to change the subject. How did they word the application for the religious exemption? They didn't. I said I have a religious exemption, and they responded back to me that I need to give them a detailed explanation of my religious exemption. And yes, they did say they would have to approve it. And yes, they said they were going to look at it very closely, and they were going to make determinations of whether your religious beliefs were valid or not, which is great because if they don't approve my religious exemption, I'm going to ass rape them in court. Because that means that they are going to approve some religious objections, and they aren't going to approve some others. And if they don't approve mine, but they approve others, then that means that that is literally the definition of religious discrimination. So we'll see. They basically told us that most churches don't have a problem with it, indicating that you have to be connected to a church. So we'll see. I live in the middle of nowhere. You think I can't find a church of people that are anti-vax? Oh, I know I'll win in court. But they won't even let it get to that. With as big of a name as the hospital I have, and some of the stuff they've been through in the past, they're not going to want to get it that far. And if they offer me, enough money to where I don't have to ever work again, then I'll just go away. But yeah, I'm going to get real loud, Alan. I'm going to need your clipping abilities if this thing goes south. So I'm hoping that the job that I love at the hospital that I love decides not to fire me because I don't want to put poison in my body. But if they do choose to do that, I'm going to get extremely loud, and I'm going to need your help, Alan.
Well, you're always welcome to, if you need to come on a show, you're always welcome here.
I'm going for the big boys at that point. I will dedicate all of the hours that I put in at work will be dedicated to increasing this channel and the volume that I put on this channel going after that. It'll become the only thing I do is going after this organization. So
yeah, well,
we'll see.
Well, the guys who took over for Rush, they're that because it's terrestrial radio, they kind of have to skirt the line a little bit in terms of what they say about the vax. But I mean, they're pretty pro, like, if you want to get the vax, do, but if you don't, you shouldn't be forced to. So maybe you can get on a couple of radio shows too. I don't know.
They've had no problem. They've had no problem with me going in and touching stuff and touching people and being around other people this entire time. And now, in a matter of 2 months time period, they've decided that I need to be vaccinated. No. And by the way, from the time they told me I needed to be vaccinated to now was several months. So you're not worried about me infecting people during that several months? You're giving me until the end of your fiscal year to do that? It trust. Ask my ex-wife what battling me in court feels like, because I will dismantle people and I play the long game. I don't play the short game. I play the long game. I had my performance evaluation, although not perfect, was significant enough to be rounded up to a perfect score. So you're telling somebody who literally was entered in as a perfect score on my performance evaluation just a few months ago. You're telling me that you're wanting to get rid of that person for no other reason than the fact that I have and you can sit there and you can tell me transmission and transmission rates and all that stuff, but you never seem to have a problem with that until you decide to mandate this. And now all of a sudden you have a conviction against transmission rates. Well, I'm going to lose my job. And so my ability to stand up and say what I believe is real and valid, my religious beliefs are valid enough for me to have my job of 10 years go away, because I won't do this thing because I believe that much that it's against my religious beliefs. I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and you guys are the ones that are hypocrites. So hopefully they won't deny it and I don't have to go through all that, but I will. I will.
I mean,
well, I'm also threatening to weaponize yours as well, Alan. I'm not even playing. When you find out what hospital I work for, if it comes to that, you're gonna want in on it. Promise you that.
I mean, the thing that's interesting is you're supposedly in, Texas, which is, rah conservative country.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Everybody needs to stop fucking saying that.
I
Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott is a subversive piece of shit that is all talk. Oh, but he gave you constitutional carry. Yeah, did you read that, Bill? Did you read what he put in place? It says specifically in there that cops, if they suspect you of carrying a weapon or you are carrying a weapon, they can stop you and search you at any time. He basically handed the police of Texas the ability to search anyone they want, anywhere they want, anytime they want, and blow right through the Fourth Amendment. Oh, but he said that you can't mandate vaxes if you receive governmental funds or you're a part of the government. No. That's not what he said. What he said is that you can't mandate vaxes until FDA approval, which, by the way, is coming. It'll be here before September 15th. I heard that they're gonna approve it Monday. But that was from an unverified source in chat. But I promise you it's going to be FDA approved by September 15th, which is when everybody's saying you need to have your first shot and then have your second one before the 27th. So they can get rid of you before the fiscal year.
What do you think of Ron DeSantis and what he's done?
Well, I think it's like any other area of government or I think he's put there for a reason. You can sit there and you can talk about rights all you want, but he was for he was for red flag laws, and he was the one that instituted the don't talk about the JQ.
Yeah, that thing was. He was
say what you can think what you want, but here's what I know. He is a governor of a state, and you don't become a governor of a state without owing the elites something. So,
yeah, fair enough. I mean, it is a little weird to me that he. I mean, you would think that Texas. What I was saying earlier is obviously I know that Texas isn't the conservative bastion that people think it is, but that's still the main kind of normie perception out there.
Well, of course, yeah, but that's the problem with talking about this stuff and it really puts your stream in a real fucked position when every single person is in the place that they're in for a reason, and every single political action that happens is something that's planned. it leaves you with nothing to talk about. It's just a really shitty position to be in, because you can sit there and you can argue between all of the little controlled argue points all over the place, but controlled oppositions, so you fight about the things that they want you to fight about, but you don't fight about the things that they don't want you to fight about. And that's how controlled op works. And that's why people are put in the places that they're being put. But you don't get to be the governor of a state without owing people something. You just don't.
Well, that's
you don't even get into Congress now without owing people something. It used to be you could slip into Congress, but it's not even that way anymore, because even your crazy, your Boberts, your Greens, all of those people, they're there to make everybody look crazy so they can point to them and identify, oh, look at all these crazy people. Occupy Wall Street, all of it, everything.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is fucking planned. Everything is written. You're not getting outside of that. If you do get outside of that, they're going to fucking shut you down or shut you up or not promote you. You won't be able to get in any lanes because all of the lanes are controlled op for streaming. So you either have to go Gamergate, or you have to go lib, or you have to go conservative, or you have to go, pro-Zionist. You have to fit in those lanes, and those lanes are not diverse. So you can't believe one thing from one lane and then also believe one thing from another lane. You can't have friends in one lane. A part of the reason that Owen took me down in the first place was because I was friends with Alan and he was in my chat, and Owen knew that. So automatically, that's the one thing I can give. I give a lot of things to Revenge of the Sith, but one of the main things that I can give to Royce and Mersh is that they both know that Alan's in my chat. They both know he's a mod in my chat, and they still come on my show, and they still, they don't kick me out because people they don't like are mods in my stuff. And no, people don't do that. And so you can't get in lane. And so it's hard for me to go up that lane, because when I go up every single lane I agree with or get into, eventually Alan hates those people. And I even said that on my stream one time, Alan, just one fucking time, can you have a larger creator than me that you don't hate just once? And he's like, no, because they're all fucking grifters. And I'm like, shit. But that's what it is. It's like you have to like all the people they like and hate all the people they hate. And if you don't cut somebody off because they had an issue with them, then you're fucked. And so you don't go anywhere. If you don't fall in line to some narrative, you won't get any publishing. You won't get any exposure. I've been doing this shit for 2.5 years now, and I'm barely over 1,000, and I'm good at what I do. But I don't fit with any lanes. There is no universe where I would kick Alan out of my chat because somebody else didn't like him.
Right. Same here. I mean, look, I love...
He didn't do anything to me. In fact, it was the opposite. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the thing with Alan, because there was beef between him. I wouldn't even say there was beef, but for a while I wasn't really interacting with anyone in the ROTC community for a while because they've chilled out now, but for a while when Mersh was really going after Alan, they didn't want anything to do with me because I liked Alan. Now, one of the reasons why I love Alan is because Alan was one of the first people to tell Base Texan to fuck off when Base was going after me for helping Johnny, and that's how Alan and I became friends. And then when Mersh threw on under the bus with the whole Owen thing.
Oh, hold on just a second. I'm sorry. Pause. Soraya, I tried, but you type Batman into YouTube and it goes fucking bananas. There's so much clickbait shit around that that I didn't find it, but I know he fucking took it from somebody. But no, I got bored with it after a while, and I stopped trying to find it. But no, I never found it. Turn your mic up, Sammy.
Did you figure out the the Batman?
No, well, so Owen did this movie. So basically, Owen ripped off what is his name? He doesn't do movie stuff anymore. What was his name? The Black Pilled guy. Yeah, Black Pilled was the name of his channel. And he used to do breakdowns on movies, where he would point out all of the subversion in movies. And so he basically ripped that whole format off of Black Pilled, and to the point where Black Pilled stopped talking to him. But he ripped that off. Well, he did this one thing on the Batman series, and he basically did a movie breakdown, but I could hear somebody else's voice in it. Like, I know he got it from somewhere else, but I never could find where he got it from.
Owen ripped off my John Wick review series, and I
wouldn't surprise me.
You know, and
yeah, Devin Stack, that's who it was.
And and the other thing was he ripped off enough of it, but he also widely misinterpreted like what that movie is about, and he made John Wick into something that it's not. So, which is, John Wick.
I didn't hear his John Wick one, so if he completely missed the mark, he may have tried to do it on his own. But the Batman one, it was just too well organized, and it's like like I could hear somebody else's voice saying it, so I knew it came from somewhere.
Did he try and make himself into Batman?
No. He was saying Batman was a communist piece of shit. Was basically his whole thing, that the Batman movie wasn't a great set of movies because it was promoting communism or something like that. It was a decent breakdown of some of the stuff in it, but that only lended more to the fact that he didn't come up with it himself.
He basically took my John Wick review and then was basically like, so yeah, guys, I'm the real life John Wick, and it's like,
I didn't realize John Wick was retarded. But okay. Oh, excuse me. Neurodiverse.
Is that what the new phrase is?
Neurodiverse.
Oh,
to which I submitted I sent a super chat to Adonis Paul, and he had this girl that was talking about being neurodiverse, and she worked at a preschool, and so I sent him a super chat that said, neurodiverse is to retarded what preschool is to daycare.
Well,
there's people that are going to college for 4 years, and then they go and start working in a preschool. Well, preschools are fucking daycares. I worked at a preschool when I was 18. Like, they're fucking daycares. And you've got a 4-year degree walking into a fucking daycare? Get the fuck out of here.
What
the hell is wrong with you?
My favorite phrase is that my favorite phrase that I get a lot is, "Oh, Sam, you're not handicapped. You're differently
capable."
No, not even that. You're differently abled.
Differently abled. So the next time somebody says that to you and you go, "Oh, wow, well, you're not just offensive and stupid, you're retarded. I got it. That makes sense." Fucking retard.
Well, yeah,
retard's a great word. It's a universal word that I will never let go away.
My friends and I call each other retards all the time.
Of course.
That and faggot are two of my.
Ooh, throwing out the F slur on YouTube. Damn.
I'm at 750. I'm at 753. It was a good run. I'm probably not going to make it to 1,000 subs. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, I sat between 600 and 1,000 for almost a year and a half.
I'm not Chuck I'm not Chuck Boris where I can I haven't had my Nimmer moment yet where I can go from like 300 subs.
See, that's the other thing with me is I'm never gonna have a Nimmer moment because I just don't care enough to go after people. Like I don't go after. It's not my thing. You know, some people are good at it. You know, there's some people that they're good at going after people. It's just not my thing. You know, my thing is to sit down with a group of people and have fun and maybe throw some really good life advice every once in a while. But I have a feeling that again, if they don't accept my religious exemption, this getting fired thing may end up being my quote unquote Nimmer moment, and I'm not gonna be shy about it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going. You know, people, the grifters are gonna want to scoop that up and grift off of it, and my ability to communicate that is going to appeal to people, and so. You know, I'm not going to have a problem at all talking to grifters. Even if I know they're a fucking grifter, I need to get the word out. I need to get incoming money to be able to actually sue the people. And you know, if I need to go on shows of grifters, then I'll go on shows of grifters. I don't give a shit because my story doesn't change, and the impact of that doesn't change whether I'm on a grifter's fucking show or I'm on somebody who isn't.
Yeah, I mean, also though, I feel like some people take the definition of grifter itself and
well, of course they do, but the grifters I'm talking about are legit grifters.
Yeah. Well, people.
I know that there's a lot of people who think that anybody who makes any amount of money online is a grifter, but you know. That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the people who they want to get behind the cause to fight for freedom, blah, 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 blah.
Right, yeah.
If I need to use them, I will use them. I've watched them use all kinds of shit forever. If they need to be used at some point, then they will.
It is amazing to me that people are just now figuring out that Black Rifle Coffee is a grift, too.
Well, if you're anything that gets promoted by Shapiro or Crowder or anything like that, then you're a fucking grifting piece of shit. I mean, you just are. There was a time when Crowder was in Michigan that you wouldn't have been that. But if you think I won't talk to fucking Blaze because I think Blaze is a subversive piece of shit, you're out of your fucking mind. If it comes down to this and I lose my job and I need to get exposure for it, then I'll fucking talk to Blaze.
Yeah,
I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where Blaze is. Like, if you think I won't talk to that Eric July guy about it, you're dead wrong.
Eric July is a pretty cool guy.
He started getting absorbed by Blaze, but I think he said something wrong with the Blaze guys, and he kind of got kicked out of the circle. So
yeah, he did. I've been following him for a while. Well, he did.
My problem with Eric July, I actually liked him when I first saw him when he had like 150,000 subs or whatever before he started like really blowing up. But I liked him in the beginning, but then he started kind of going clickbaity. I can't handle the clickbait shit. Clickbait makes me nuts, and I know it's the way to grow. And that's another thing. I'm never gonna be big because all of the things you need to do to be big, I can't stomach. I can't be a clickbaity fucking put my face going on some fucking screenshot of something that I photoshopped. I can't. Oh, that was a green screen for you too, Alan. I just can't do it. I can't pick fights with people. It's just not in my nature. I can't go and I can't put destroyed in all caps. I can't mislead somebody to what my video is going to be. Like if I bail out of something and start ranting for 2 hours, I did that with a couple of streams ago. I was 5 minutes into a video and then I just went on like an hour and 45 minute just absolute rant. And I went in and I changed the name of the video so people wouldn't be misled clicking on my video, you know? And it's just I can't bring myself to do that shit. And I don't like, it makes me uncomfortable when somebody else does it. I just don't like it. It can't do it. And he does that a lot. He does the clickbaity titles with the little icons, and I'm not talking shit about him. I don't think he's a bad dude or anything like that. It just got to be too much.
The interesting thing is, Semper, is that whole thing, that type of like communications, that is what I have my degree in. So I understand how all that stuff works, but in terms of like my personal brand, I can't do that type of stuff either. And part of it is for the same reason you can't. The other part of it is I just don't have. I would rather put my energy into talking to people and actually producing the show. All that.
Well,
like,
there's a guy on Twitter, Castillo, something like that. I think he works for Blaze or something, but he actually has pretty good breaking news tweets. But it's like every single one of his fucking breaking news tweets, he puts a fucking My Pillow ad in every single one of them. I'm just like, dude, like I can't. I unfollowed him on Twitter because I just can't. It's like you just invalidated everything you said by putting some fucking stupid go buy a pillow from fucking My Pillow guy.
I actually, you're gonna love this. So the podcast platform that I use.
Yeah, July is on Young Rippa.
Yeah.
But he's got those music videos and they're overproduced, and it's almost like he's trying to be that British guy, the fucking what is his name?
Oh, Milo?
No. The British rapper music guy.
Zuby.
Zuby. It's like he's trying to be it just, I don't know, it's just too much for me. I mean, I'd probably get along with the dude if we hung out or whatever, but it's just it's like flying a flag and an eagle screech, you know, and being like, yeah, America. I can't fucking do it.
But Semper, you're a veteran. That's what all veterans do.
Yeah, except for I'm a veteran that says we shouldn't be in any fucking country and that it's none of our fucking business.
That's what I was saying with Black Rifle Coffee, though, is I think people are starting to wake up because their whole thing is, I'm a veteran, bruh. What did you? So my opinion is more important than yours.
You can crush puss. Do you do sport?
I bet you can't crush push. I bet you can't crush puss, bruh. Those types. So.
But again, those people were promoted for a reason, you know, because you can't have that crazy. Dude, I see so many clips of so many fucking shows with people, with hundreds of thousands of people, and it's like, how does this person even have a fucking show, let alone an audience? They're so bad at it. Like H3. I don't understand how H3 has a fucking channel. Like, you're terrible. Like, first of all, you're unpleasant to look at, and I'm not the prettiest man in the world, you know? Like, I know what this is, you know? It's not the worst, but, you know, I'm not what you would, as he said in The Water Boy, I'm not what you would call a pretty man, you know, but I don't look like that fat fucker. You know, and he just goes on and like all of his bits suck, and then he has these fucking annoying women on all the time. Then they suck and they're screechy, and so I just don't get it. And the only explanation is because he's promoting subversive shit.
Yeah, that's the same thing with Nick Fuentes. Is like people were like, why don't you like Nick Fuentes? You're both young. Like,
this was good when when people were passing around clips like 3 years ago. You know, he was somebody who was saying shit people weren't saying. But then he jogged right into that fucking mainstream. And I don't know if they were that way from the beginning or if they realized in order to progress, I have to slide into this role. And then they get caught up in it, they lose their soul and they start selling it for fucking money. I don't know which came first in between those two. Did you sell your soul and then you became something, or in the process of becoming something did you sell out your soul and now you're stuck?
My problem with Fuentes has always been the fact that I've always seen him as an edgy boy for the sake of being an edgy boy. I can say edgy shit too, but if I don't believe it, I'm not gonna do it. Also, the edgy thing isn't really
I know, Ghost. I know what's behind it. I do.
Is also the edgy thing isn't my personality. Wait, what's behind me?
Look at the chat.
H3.
Just look at the chat. It's okay as long as you don't say it.
Okay. Okay. I
know how they get their stuff. I just don't know it, because everybody starts out unknown, right? So I don't know if the person got to where they were at or got to where they are and gained an audience because they sold out, or whether during the process of gaining their audience and going up the ladder, they realized that unless they sold their soul and pushed a narrative, they wouldn't be able to get past a certain point. It's one of those two. They either started off selling their soul or they sold it to progress up the promotion ladder.
Well, then let me ask you an interesting hypothetical. What if, I know this isn't going to happen, but like, let's say for whatever reason the anti-vax thing becomes like a majorly big narrative, right? And somehow you skyrocket. Now you've believed in anti-vax from day one, but all of a sudden it's become a big narrative. Is that the same thing as selling out? I don't think.
No, what happens is when you start saying things that you clearly don't believe. So when like let's take my Twitter for example. You can go back. If you go back far enough in my Twitter, you can see me being Mr. Conservative guy, because there was a period of time where I actually believed that. But I didn't wipe it out when I realized it was all bullshit. And so this is where I'm at now, and I'm pretty deep-seated in where I'm at now. You're not going to see a major change like you did in my conservative days, because I was fooled by the same thing that a lot of people were fooled in the beginning. I was pro-Trump. I was this and that. And it was because I was pulled up in that same, the whole reason Trump was put where he was put was to get people like me to go into a lane. Well, when I found out that lane was bullshit, I stepped out of that lane and didn't have a problem with calling out people in that lane. And not like Owen. Owen grifted off of all of those lanes. But mine was a core belief. And then once I realized that it was all bullshit, and I see other things are all bullshit, and everything's fucking bullshit, then I started playing in the lines of that, of saying, okay, well, I'm just going to fucking run 50s videos all the time because it doesn't fucking matter anymore. But if the anti-vax thing ever got big, my message wouldn't change. My friends wouldn't change. Like, it just wouldn't. And, if I started going up some anti-vax ladder and they told me, well, we're going to promote you up, but you can't talk about this specific thing anymore, and that thing was integral to who I was, there's no way I could fucking do it. I would sit where I'm at and I would stay there.
And that's kind of what happened with me, because at one point, they wanted me to kind of be the conservative cripple guy, I guess,
Yeah.
which is what Madison Cawthorn, and it
It's
what
fucking offensive.
and it's and it's not even that I'm like against talking about my disability. I will, but I've never seen it as like a core thing of like who I am. So for me to like make it who I am, I mean the right does.
Here, let me give you an example of something I wouldn't do. Okay? I will never whore out my daughter. You will never see videos of my daughter in a meltdown or anything like that. I would not create a channel in order to progress and rise up the ladder to make my story a little bit more to create a channel that revolves around my daughter. And it just wouldn't happen. And if there was a point where, like, if I had an opportunity to have a channel that, let's say, to build a channel, and I do have that opportunity, and I could, and I just don't, I don't, and I won't. I considered it for a little while, having a channel that's similar to fathering autism, to where it was more of a journey in my daughter learning things and stuff like that. I considered starting a channel, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt like it would be whoring my daughter out, and so I just didn't do it. And then plus, people get weird and creepy and stuff like that, and they start taking those videos and doing shit with them, and it would be out of my control at that point. So if I were, let's say, going up an anti-vax ladder and I was starting to succeed, and they said, we want you to start, bringing your daughter because she's cute and she's amazing and awesome, and that'll really help your analytics and all that stuff, my answer would be no. Right. My answer would be no. And if it meant not progressing anymore, that's fine, because I'm not going to whore my daughter out. I'll talk about her. I'll talk about her story, but I'm not going to whore my daughter out.
Right, which I find that admirable. That you're not going to do that. And I mean,
it's not admirable. It's being human. It's being a decent human being. Like the fathering autism guy. He has a decent channel. It's kind of clickbaity, and that's why I kind of moved away from it, because it is a little clickbaity. But then again, that's the way you promote stuff. But he was one of those people that he said up front, and to his credit, he's never done it, that he will never show a meltdown for his daughter. And I gained a lot of information from his channel. Yes, he's connected to Autism Speaks, and Autism Speaks is a fucking terrible. That's another thing. I would never in a million years promote Autism Speaks. Not in a million years. Where the hell did that thing come from?
I'm not really familiar with I mean, I know what Autism Speaks is, but I'm not, I guess I'm not in that circle. So
weird. Well, Autism Speaks is kind of, it's the charity that is kind of the Red Cross of the autism world. But there are videos out there that they made as promotional videos and stuff for Autism Speaks, where they, like, these documentaries they made of autistic parents, and literally they have parents crying, saying that they wish they had gotten an abortion, and just, it's so hard raising them, and they're just shitting all over their fucking kids.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, you guys are fucking gross. If you want to see it, if you want to see a good breakdown of Autism Speaks, Sinatra Says, I don't know if it's still on his channel, but if you go to YouTube, let me see if it's there. But if you go to YouTube, and because Sinatra Says has 2 autistic kids, bet you didn't know that. He's got 3 kids, but I know for a fact 2 of them are autistic. So Sinatra Says, Autism Speaks. Yeah. So he did multiple videos on Autism Speaks, and played some of their promotional videos, and they're just They're just fucking vile. Let me drop one into your show links. I'll watch them with you if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean that's.
Because I meant to do one on them, but I never got around to it, and I forgot about it. But you just reminded me.
Well, I mean it's kind of like the similar thing with like the cerebral palsy, community too.
Well, I'm sure your community has all kinds of fucking grifting nonprofits.
Oh yeah. Well the one grift that people like keep trying.
All right, it's in your show links.
The one thing that people keep like trying to get me to get into is like the motivational speaking grift, which motivational speaking is a grift in of itself, because if I don't think good life advice should cost like $160 in like a VIP package in order to gain the key of knowledge. That's all of the good life advice is in the Holy Bible, in my book. So
Yeah, I dropped that video in show links. If you want to run that video, I'll run it with you right now.
Yeah, let me pull it up here.
Because I don't think people realize it. I don't think people realize how bad this is.
Let me copy them.
Yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to, you could find a couple pictures of me as a spirit animal, but I don't throw them out there, and I certainly don't throw them out there lightly, because she's a beautiful little girl, and there are a bunch of sicko people online.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This video subject was brought to me by one of my subscribers named Raz, and this subject means a lot to me, so I'm going to try to model this video after Jeff Holliday's video he did about Alzheimer's. This isn't going to be a happy-go-lucky, take the piss out of some crazy feminist video. This is going to be a serious video.
Now, listen to how subdued he is about this, and
So
you'll see
instead of
why
the
in a
colorful
minute.
background, like Jeff said, like you're seeing now, you'll get this. And if you want to help Jeff's cause, there's a program you can use called Folding at Home, where it takes your unused computer's
You weren't
processing
subbed to
power when
Sinatra
you're
Says
with your
already?
keyboard and uses it to fold proteins. It basically does math. If you get a new prime number, you get a reward. I've seen it happen. But to today's topic, it's Autism Speaks. Now, being autistic doesn't necessarily mean you're mentally retarded or you're a bad kid. But what it means is that you understand things differently, and you communicate differently, and you handle emotions differently. I know this because my two boys are autistic, diagnosed and all. But autism is different things to different people. Some people are incredibly brilliant and creative and just they have a different working brain altogether, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
When it's not.
These people are... Bill Gates was autistic. He had Asperger's. Steve Jobs was thought to be autistic. Albert Einstein was thought to be autistic. So just saying that you're autistic or knowing that someone's autistic does not mean they are an unfunctioning, an unmovable object in the fucking community. It means that they are just a little bit different.
You see how pissed he is just at the idea of
Different
talking
isn't
about
bad.
this?
People need to remember that.
Oh yeah.
But especially with such small children like I have, under 5 years old, what's really hard about autism is that they can't express themselves. They have a hard time communicating, and they have a hard time dealing with emotions. It's really challenging, but it also...
And you would, like, you could see how frustration would...
quit my day job
pause it for a sec.
It was just too much.
Uh-huh.
Think about this. Let's say you're talking to somebody and you're giving them information and they're just not fucking getting it. And you're telling them over and over, and they're just the simplest little thing, and you're going, motherfucker, like I've told you this, like how can you not understand? So let's say vax or some political thing, and you've broken it down, you've given them all the documentation, you've given them everything that they need to understand it, and they still just don't fucking get it. And you're like, God damn, how do you not see this? That's the equivalent of what my daughter goes through every fucking day when she's trying to express herself to someone and they're not getting it. Like when she does melt down and even I can't figure out what it is that she wants or what it is that she needs. It's a level of frustration of I'm communicating something to you and you just simply don't fucking understand.
Right.
And so she gets upset, and anybody would, but everybody likes to point at autistic kids and say, "Oh, look, they're melting down." How many times do you melt down a day? How many times do you get frustrated and get pissed off? What, just because they express it differently? And so, yeah, it is. They have a different way of communicating, and yes, they get frustrated when you don't understand, just like you would. And that's what he's talking about right here.
For my grandma to deal with by herself, and for anyone who knows me pretty well, they know that the mother of the boys isn't involved in either.
Turn the audio up a little.
Well, I don't want to talk about that. It's another video for another day.
Nope.
Thankfully, I've had amazing support on YouTube with this and everybody involved, and I owe you guys a million thank yous. You'll never understand it enough. You're keeping my family afloat in this incredible hard time. Having two boys with mild autism it faces its own challenges. We all do with it. It's something I've never dealt with before.
We can turn mine up.
But what I really hate is when someone takes something as affecting as autism is to a family and turns it around and tries to use it for profit. Now, while I'm making this video, I want everybody to keep it in their head that they call it the autism spectrum for a reason, which means you can be very low functioning where you need constant care 24/7, or you can be very high functioning where you are like a genius. So remember, unlike gender, autism is an actual spectrum, okay? But I want to talk about the charity called Autism Speaks. This was brought to my attention, and a lot of the research was done
I think he may have been sick when he did this.
Patrons named Raz, who is autistic.
Yeah, he seems a little
And she brought it to my attention that this company is a fucking sham. Autism Speaks is dedicated to promoting solutions across the spectrum and throughout the lifespan for the needs of individuals with autism and their families through advocacy and support, increasing understanding and acceptance of people with autism spectrum disorder, and advancing research into the causes and better innovations for autism spectrum disorder and related conditions. What they say is that they are here for families and to fund research for autism to find the solution. Now, I don't know exactly what they mean by finding the solution, but I don't like the way that sounds. Now, more importantly, even more so, is let's take a look at their financial records from 2016. If you look here, $3,280,353 was their total amount donated to science grants, awards, and research, family service grants, awards, and research. 3.2 million out of 95 million total spent. 3.2 was donated to families in science research.
Wait, 95 million was their total?
Yep.
And only, wow, jeez, that in and of itself.
Oh no, it's big business, man.
Oh yeah.
Which they claim is their main thing. Now you may ask, where's the rest of that money? Well, it went to salaries, media, legal fees, meetings, printing, occupancy, software, and other. Maybe it's just me, but if your whole charity is built around you saying that you help autistic people, maybe you should actually help autistic people instead of 3% of everything.
Yeah, and that's not 95 million. That's 108 million. They gave 3 million to families.
So it's just like the Wounded Warrior Project then, where
yeah, it's like any of them.
Yeah, gee, Yeah, I mean, I used to donate to the Wounded Warrior Project until a veteran friend of mine told me not to because
No, anything that's a national charity, you're throwing your money away. Salvation Army, Red Cross, Autism Speaks, Wounded Warrior, anything that's a nationally syndicated charity is you're wasting your money.
Yeah, well, and I mean, and the Boy Scouts too. The Boy Scouts bent the knee, but that's a whole nother stream.
Million on media. What could they be putting out there that costs $42 million? Well, it's disgusting ads like I am autism. If you don't want to watch this ad, I completely understand. Skip about 3 minutes and 45 seconds ahead. But I suggest you watch it just to see where that millions and millions and millions of dollars are going.
Which, by the way, that's a really shitty logo for that much money.
I am autism. I'm visible in your children, but if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late. I know where you live, and guess what? I live there too. I hover around all of you. I know no color barrier, no religion, no morality, no currency. I speak your language fluently, and with every voice I take away, I acquire yet another language. I work very quickly. I work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined. And if you are happily married, I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep, so I make sure you don't either. I will make it virtually impossible for your family to easily attend a temple, a birthday party, a public park, without a struggle, without embarrassment, without pain. You have no cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation. Your neighbors are happier to pretend that I don't exist, of course, until it's their child. I am autism. I have no interest in right or wrong. I derive great pleasure out of your loneliness. I will fight to take away your hope. I will plot to rob you of your children and your dreams. I will make sure that every day you wake up, you will cry, wondering who will take care of my child after I die. And the truth is, I am still winning, and you are scared, and you should be. I am autism. You ignored me. That was a mistake.
And to autism I say,
I am a father,
a mother, a grandparent,
a brother,
a sister.
We will spend every waking hour trying to weaken you.
We don't need sleep because we will not rest until you do.
Family can be much stronger than autism ever anticipated, and we will not be intimidated by you, nor will the love and strength of my community.
I am a parent riding towards you, and you can push me off this horse time and time again, but I will get up, climb back on, and ride on with the message.
Autism, you forget who we are. You forget who you are dealing with. You forget the spirit of mothers and daughters and fathers and sons.
We are
the United Kingdom. We are the United States.
We are Argentina.
We are Russia.
We are the European Union.
We are
the United Nations.
We are coming together in all climates.
We call on all faiths. We search with technology
and voodoo,
prayer and herbs,
genetic studies,
and a growing awareness you never anticipated.
We have had challenges, but we are the best when overcoming them.
We speak the only language that matters, love for our children.
Our capacity to love is greater than your capacity to overwhelm.
Autism is naive.
You are alone. We are a community of warriors.
We have a voice.
You think because some of our children cannot speak, we cannot hear them? That is autism's weakness.
You think that because my child lives behind a wall, I am afraid to knock it down with my bare hands?
You have not properly been introduced to this community of parents and grandparents, of siblings and friends, and school teachers, therapists, pediatricians, and scientists.
Autism, if you are not scared, you should be.
When you came for my child, you forgot.
You came for me.
Autism, are you listening?
Jeez, that was...
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bunch of parents thinking that their kid is going to destroy their marriage and their lives, but they're going to be stronger and they're going to beat it but they're acknowledging that your kid is a destructive force into your family. And the problem is that it's not the kid that's the fucking problem. It's you. If you're weak enough to fucking to lose your marriage or your family because you can't put up with the meltdowns and stuff like that, then something is fucking wrong with you. Not her, not him, you.
Yeah,
and that's the general mentality that autism speaks at. It gets worse. He runs other things.
I'm sure it does. I'm not even autistic, but this is insulting. Ugh.
Treating autism like it's some demon that lives in your child is fucking disgusting. Like I said
fucking
before,
disgusting.
With children with autism, they're not demons, they're not hellspawns, they're not even unaware of the world around them. They just understand things differently. But I mean, how much better of an ad can you buy with $40 million? But if you think that's bad, if you think that advertisement was disgusting, I'm about to one-up the fuck out of it, because this next one has a mom who talks
the next
about
one, you
killing her
want to
autistic
fucking piss
child.
everybody
This is a
off.
long
Play the
commercial.
next one.
It's about 7 minutes, but I really need you to watch it, okay?
This one is, if this is the one I think it is, where it's showing the parents crying. Yep, this is it, motherfucker. Look, you don't put your fucking kids' meltdowns on video. Ever.
You can't really take a day off of autism. Autism never took a day off on me.
Fucking
He
whore.
always has to have my attention, and it's exhausting. He doesn't speak much at all.
Look, the girl is kissing her mom on the cheek, and she's telling you how exhausted she is and how exhausting her fucking kid is.
Everything about Daniel's life that seems normal for a typical kid, like going out to dinner or going to a park, all that for us is work.
Yeah, this type of shit is why my mother was never in any support groups, because this is what they were all like. So.
Oh, it's so much fucking work. Have you ever heard me speak about my daughter like this? Ever?
No, I've never heard.
I'll acknowledge that, hey, she wears my ass out, but I would never speak of her like they're speaking to their kids right now. It's fucking disgusting. And the fact that Autism Speaks is promoting this shit is the worst part about it. Keep going, because it gets worse.
Oh, good. A little bit more. I'm almost done.
I so hope I won't be changing diapers when he's 6.5.
I didn't choose to do this. I'm not a therapist. I was drafted. I have an autistic child.
Everything I do is about autism.
I have to stay home with him because I have to facilitate the therapist, going here, going there, the medication, the constant medical appointments.
The parents of autistic
You have to
children
be a
often
fucking
stick
parent.
together, and we have to.
Because they understand if your kid is having a meltdown and there's no judgment, it's just that's how it is.
They have no idea how easy it is compared to this. Your heart is breaking all day long. You think about his future.
Heart is not breaking all day long.
I don't think they can understand that.
And the parents who were going out for bagels together and are like, oh, do you want to come for a bagel? And I think, yes, in another
Hear what
life,
they're saying, Sam?
I'd love to come for a
Me.
bagel. But right now, I have to write down what he's doing so we can.
The other thing I've noticed in this, what's missing in this video? Can you think of anything specifically?
Yeah, well, the dads are not there, but I think there's a dad in one of them. But yeah, this is mainly the moms. Pull your mic up, Chief.
Well, yeah, no dads.
There we go.
No dads up in this.
Yeah, I don't think there's a dad in this commercial. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I watched this.
Go home and work on that. And then I have to take the other two to therapy. So, no, I can't go for a bagel.
Yeah, I
dancing
can't go for a
ran
bagel.
out the door himself, which was absolutely terrifying. It was freezing cold, no shirt on, and no shoes on.
Daniel had walked at the front door.
He got away from me and he was running down the middle of First Avenue.
She took off.
Yeah, that happens. That's why they call him a flight risk, and you stay on top of him.
Look at traffic.
Running,
And the
sprinting
one
down
time she got out of the
that
yard
traffic
was
light.
fucking terrifying.
I feel like I'm playing this game, which is life or death to me. Can't you just keep your child quiet? No.
People have no idea what it's like to have a child with autism.
We're just judged more harshly and more constantly and expected to
Not
do
judged.
things that no human being should be expected to do.
Why is he hitting himself?
It's always heartbreaking. When Jody was on the swings and crying, the other moms were sort of looking and wondering why this 8.5-year-old girl was screaming and carrying on because she didn't want to get on a swing.
Then don't put her on the fucking
Have a little
swing.
bit more understanding, a little bit more compassion, and show that to your children as well.
Her freaking out on the swing is her telling you she doesn't want to swing. It's not that fucking hard, whore.
Calling you saying she had bitten someone, or she had kicked a kid, or she had hit a teacher.
And that's why they have special ed classes. They don't want Daniel to be disruptive. They don't want a lot of times for their kids to have to deal with that.
He can't go to kindergarten. You know, my school district doesn't have, they don't have anything appropriate for him.
There are parents who are forced to put kids in schools that are completely overcrowded and 12 kids and one teacher, and the kids don't make progress. But I remember that was a very scary moment for me when I realized I had sat in the car for about 15 minutes and actually contemplated putting Jody in the car and driving off the George Washington Bridge, and that would be preferable.
You hear that, Sam?
Yeah, what the fuck, bitch?
She considered murder suicide because her daughter's fucking autistic. And by the way, let's point a couple of things out. First of all, the girl going up to her is the girl trying to communicate that she needs something.
Yeah.
Also, that room is not the room of an autistic kid. I will tell you right now, the spirit animal would immediately walk over to that little fucking pink house and take everything in it and toss it to the other side of the fucking room. And then she would probably turn it sideways, drag it over the window, stand on top of it as she watches out the window. And if she can find paper, she would take the paper and start ripping it up into little pieces, throw it up in the air and going, "Ooh!" This whole fucking thing is stupid, but you have a little girl who's trying to get her mom's attention and she can't even stop fucking recording long enough to fucking pay attention to her daughter. You got another woman that's trying to put her kid on the swing. The kid is clearly saying, I don't want to swing right now. I want to go do something else. And the mom's shoving her in the swing. And of course, she's going to have a meltdown as a result of that. And the mom isn't worried about the fucking kid. No, the mom's worried about what the other moms think about her. Because she's a fucking whore and a shit ass mom.
Yeah, it's all about perception.
The spirit animal has multiple different stations that we go to. We have her trampoline. It starts with her bars. We go out to her trapeze bars and we swing on that. Then she goes to the trampoline, and then when she's done the trampoline, we go out to the swing. We swing on the swing. Then we go to the pool, and then we go to the rocks to throw them in the pond. And then once we're done throwing the rocks in the pond, she wants to go back to her trapeze bar. And we just make a round robin of that. If she wanted to go and swing, and I took her to the trampoline and forced her to jump on the trampoline when she wanted to go to the swings, she would do exactly that 100% of the time, because that's not what she wants. And clearly you're not understanding what she wants. So she's getting frustrated at the fact that that's what she wants. It would be the equivalent of that woman going up to her fucking husband or her boyfriend and saying, I need this from you, and him just ignoring her and then giving her something that is the opposite of what she asked for. You think she wouldn't be a fucking bitch to him? You think she wouldn't tell him, you don't understand what my needs are? You think she wouldn't cry? You think she wouldn't stamp her little feet and say, you don't really know me, you don't really love me? Of course. But because she can't say it verbally, it's invalid for her. Fuck that bitch. Go ahead.
To you, so up your hands. We love you.
Say bye.
It just took a lot of
Who wants
the
to
natural
drive her into
emotional
a
joy of
fucking
having
lake?
a baby
Go suck a dick.
out of the equation because we were always filled with fear. Bye.
When you have a child with autism, I think the rate for divorce is like 80%. I didn't give that marriage.
Oh,
Are you gonna blame your divorce on your children?
yeah. Yeah, wait.
This is a commercial for Autism Speaks.
Yeah, yeah. So you're essentially saying that your kid is a burden. Yeah.
Yes, a burden that causes you to consider killing yourself and your child.
Jesus.
What I could have because I had nothing left to give.
It's very hard to manage the emotional issues, the financial
Is it hard?
issues.
Is it hard?
Huge.
We had to borrow money from my parents. We had to borrow money from my sister. The $50,000 that we're in debt is all about the autism.
What I spend on.
Oh, so you're in debt because of your kids?
That the insurance companies are not paying for. It's a large
Look
number.
at all the shit in that house and
That
tell
was
me that
coming
they're
down
in
like a
debt
bucket.
because
It's
of their
been over
fucking
2
kid.
years, and those holes are still there because we don't have any money to fix that.
We keep saying that we're just sending, Daniel to Harvard over and over again every year for the rest of his life.
So you just keep borrowing, and you just keep trying, and you just keep being disappointed, and you just keep going broke.
Except you don't.
I imagined Little League and trips and vacations and
Now we get to hear how she
girlfriends,
doesn't
and it's taken
get
me
to
a
go on
very
trips and
long
vacations
time
because
to
of her
let
stupid
those
fucking kid.
dreams go.
Christian's a human
Oh,
being who's fighting
poor
so
you.
hard, like you can't believe. And what's been taken from him is
You're gonna cry? You're gonna squirt some fucking tears because your life didn't turn out the way you wanted it to? Boo fucking
He's
who?
never going to get married and never going to have kids. When I'm at somebody else's wedding and they're dancing with their mother, what I would do is dance
Oh,
with
she's
Jackson.
sad because she won't be able to get to dance with her son at his wedding. That's what she's fucking concerned
I
about!
not accept we have to throw away this generation of children. No way.
I know that science is making great breakthroughs, and my hope is that we'll have a cure or we'll understand how to prevent autism.
No, I'm never going to say, I quit.
Say, I love you, Mommy. I love you, Mommy. I'll take that.
She can talk!
But like
You wanted to kill yourself and your kid,
Yeah,
and your kid can communicate verbally.
5 minutes ago, you were just talking how you wanted to do murder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gee.
And this is an Autism Speaks commercial.
Holy shit. Yeah.
That's a cute little girl, though. The entire fucking thing was about how miserable their life is, and then they put 30 seconds at the end
These have got
of the
to
mom
be
kissing
some of
their
the
kid.
hands down worst fucking parents on the face of the earth. And what else is just a little bit strange to me is that it's all moms. I don't see a single dad in this. As a father,
There we go.
Yep.
That hurts because it's like we don't exist. But these parents are fucking selfish, awful human beings. How could you ever, fucking ever, contemplate the death of your child as a way to ease your pain? How can you sit there and say you don't understand what children with autism are like, completely forgetting that a child doesn't even know what a child with autism is like? That's their normal. Then you sit there and say, I wonder why she ran away. Can you fucking blame the kid? You fucking selfish cunt. Your heart is breaking all day long. How could you have a child if you can't cope with the child? This is awful, selfish behavior from these parents and from Autism Speaks. Exploiting this like it's some sort of awful, horrible thing. They act like they're demons in their house instead of children who need love and affection. These moms and Autism Speaks especially makes it sound like it's horrible for the parents, completely forgetting what the fucking child has to go through. What disgusting fucking advertising and disgusting fucking people they have in this video. An article from the Odyssey lays out these points.
Why-
And for the
that's why I like you,
focus
Sinatra.
of space conservation, I will put the link to the Odyssey in the description, and they have their sources for their article in their article. I'm trying to retain the attention of the viewer here, so I'm going straight for number 1 and number 2. The rest you can read on your own. Autistic individuals do not like Autism Speaks. This by far is the most important item on the list. Before considering any nonprofit organization, it is important to ensure that they are effectively serving and supporting the community they seek to serve. If the majority of people with autism do not feel as though Autism Speaks adequately represents them or their needs, it means Autism Speaks does not adequately represent or serve a majority of them. Therefore, this organization does not fulfill its purposes. Period. As you can tell from those advertisements I just played, how would you feel if you were an autistic person, high-functioning autistic, or even low-functioning autistic that can understand the world around them? How would you feel if you saw that on television, that's how these people portray you? Number 2, Autism Speaks caters to parents of children with autism rather than the children themselves. Autism Speaks remains successful despite the lack of support from people with autism because it caters to the parents of children with autism. I'm not saying helping families with autistic children is not necessarily important, but if Autism Speaks only focuses on programming for the parents, it abandons the children who are certainly in equal, if not more need of Autism Speaks' help. In addition, the children are not aware of the problematic nature of Autism Speaks for obvious reasons, but the parents are also not necessarily aware of the problematic nature of Autism Speaks because they are new to the community. This means those who are most supportive of the organization are those who are not educated on the issue.
Does it sound familiar?
Especially considering that.
Sounds exactly like the Bears, huh?
Well, and it's interesting that he brings this up, because I will tell you, as someone with cerebral palsy, all of the literature regarding cerebral palsy is all about pediatric, cerebral palsy, children's cerebral palsy. But like in terms of like resources for adults, sorry, you're on your own. Which is
no, your face isn't selling shit, Sam. You got to get them babies in there.
Yeah, no.
Everybody loves babies.
Yeah, but the thing it is babies grow up to become adults, and then what?
Yeah, but then you're just an old mutt at the pound. Everybody loves puppies. Nobody wants the smelly ass fucking mutt that's 14 years old and missing a leg, hobbling around, all scruffy. Mange. Nobody wants that shit. Everybody wants the puppies.
Well, we adopted a couple of old dogs, so they're no longer with us.
People, not you.
So
people are stupid. Like people just flock to whatever they're told to flock to.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the interesting things about Autism Speaks is people don't get deep into Autism Speaks. They come in, they go to a few things, they realize that it's full of shit, and then they walk away. And so all of the people who are enthusiastic and supporting of Autism Speaks are all people that are new bears. And they're just buying into all the bullshit until they become gammas and they leave the fucking organization.
Yep.
Autism Speaks claims to increase education about autism. On top of that, many families turn to Autism Speaks for education and will only receive the problematic representation of what it is truly like to be autistic that the organization provides. Their scare tactics help keep families grateful for their services and encourage them to continue to use their services. This problematic representation will affect the way these families raise their children, which in turn could increase stigma. I think anyone should be suspicious of an organization that takes in support from vulnerable families but cannot keep the less vulnerable families or more informed members of the community. There's a list a mile long why you shouldn't support Autism Speaks, whether it's a lack of autistic people on their board of directors or at all, their gross misuse of donations for salaries and advertising rather than grants and donations to families, the recommendation of the Judge Rodenberg Center, which used electroshock therapy in 2012 as a way to possibly cure symptoms of autism, their search to end autism by any means necessary, which was changed after they received backlash from it. Their disgusting ads like I played before, such as I Am Autism and Everyday Autism, which focuses on the parents instead of the children. As usual, all the links I used in this video will be in the description. A special thank you to one of my patrons and one of my good friends, Raz, for sending me this and doing a lot of the research for me. This is something people need to know. There are other ways to help children with autism. If you donate to Autism Speaks, try donating to your local school district because they do more than any organization could against autism, at least in my experience, they do. Autism is not some demon in your child like these parents make it say. That's disgusting and horrible marketing and awful for Autism Speaks to make it sound that way. It's the children who have to live their life with the autism, not the parents. Remember that. Could you imagine being a child or an adult with autism and seeing these ads and the way it makes them look? Remember, that's where more than half of their money goes. Anyway, sorry to be a Debbie Downer. This has been a very important video to me. Let me know what you guys think, okay?
Yep. And you know, and it is a reversal. It's because it's not a disease. It's damage that's done to your brain. And so you're never going to cure it. You want to cure it? Hey, government, you want to cure autism? How about stopping the fucking vast amount of chemicals that you put in children from the time they're fucking born until they're 3? How about that? How about you stop shoving every fucking chemical you can think of? How about not overloading them with fucking mercury and shit like that in these fucking shots? Did you know that? They bond the DTaP and the MMR, they bond it with mercury, which is what everybody is believing is causing this, that there's a genetic switch that if you have that genetic component, the mercury causes the damage to the brain, causes the seizures and stuff like that. How about you stop fucking filling people with goddamn vaccines? How about that?
They do the same with the flu vaccine too. I mean,
yep.
And that, you know, another reason why I won't take it. So
that's how you cure it. But the parents aren't curing it. Autism Speaks not going to fucking cure it. Once it's done, it's done. You got to try to get them and reverse the damage as much as you can.
In fact, wasn't Autism Speaks like one of those organizations that was like trying to do Jenny McCarthy is crazy and vaccines don't cause?
I'm sure they did. I don't know that for a fact, but Jenny McCarthy was the way that she was because she had a son, and everybody tried to paint her as this fucking weird person because she blamed vaccinations like every other fucking major. I appreciated the fact that she came out and put her ass on the line for it because nobody will allow you to talk about it. Nobody talks about this shit. And if you do talk about it, you get called crazy. You get told you're fucking weird. You get told that you don't know what you're talking about by a bunch of people who have absolutely no fucking clue what they're talking about. I've got Vaxxed 1 and Vaxxed 2. If I ever create an Odyssey channel, we're going through both of them. But I've got them downloaded, sitting on my fucking hard drive, waiting to run through both of them. If you haven't watched Vaxxed and Vaxxed 2, you need to watch it. So you can find it on YouTube and watch it before they take it down. But usually it can stay up for a day or so before they take it down. But I recommend going and watching both of them and fucking see what's happening that you don't get a view of, because if you're not in the community and you don't have a child that's dealing with it, then you're generally not around other people who have children that are in that same situation, because we all run in social circles. And so when something like that happens, you start running into other parents who have had that happen. You start talking to other parents online that have had that happen to their kids, and you start to find out that this thing that you thought was some fringe on the outside, on the borders of shit, you start finding out that there are a lot of people this shit's happened to, and there are a lot of people who attribute it to the thing that everybody calls fringe and fucking crazy.
Yeah. Well,
And so when somebody finally does step out that has a name and has some type of notoriety, and granted, it's not the greatest fucking name or notoriety in the world, but when somebody steps up on a national fucking stage and says, look, this is what I encountered and this is why it is, and I'm going to show for everybody who doesn't have a fucking voice in this shit, I'm going to show it. And they took her down too. They took her down just like they do everybody else, because it's fucking money. I think about this. They look at just this fucking COVID vaccine. You are talking about a company who is literally having 7 billion people. Is that what we have on this earth now? 7 billion people. They are trying to get it to where every single year they are having governments of the world buy 7 billion vaccines at $30 a pop at the lowest estimate I've ever seen.
Yeah,
that's a lot of fucking money every single year.
Yeah, and for something that has a 97% higher than that, even
97%. Tried 99.96 or something like that.
I mean,
survival rate for COVID is fucking just astronomical.
the outrage over this. I mean, like, I remember when mad cow disease was, a thing as a kid, but people didn't even freak out over Ebola this bad. Ebola was the one thing that scared me, but
THR is a hospital in Texas. It's Texas Health Resources, and they had the only case of Ebola, and it was in the hospital district that I'm involved in. It was THR that had it.
And yet we never had a national lockdown.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't as transmissible as COVID, even though people get it and their wives don't and their kids don't, but it's so transmissible. Dude, my son gets the flu at school, and he comes home, and every single one of us go down one by one by one. By the time he gets better, I get sick. By the time I get better, the spirit animal gets sick. And it just goes all the way through the entire family. And you're telling me that that you could get COVID, but your wife and your kids don't get it? Bullshit. Yeah, it's not as transmissible as the flu. I don't give a fuck what you tell me, because if you can hug and kiss on your kids and your wife and they don't get it, there is a fucking problem if you think it's more transmissible than the flu.
Well, Semper, the flu doesn't exist anymore. Did you not get the approved memo on that? The flu?
I'll ask you the same question I asked Winning TV. Have you ever been tested for the flu?
No.
Has anyone you know ever been tested from the flu or for the flu?
No, but it's just like porn. You know when you see it, or in this case, when you feel.
Well, here's the thing. Look at the infection rate for the flu on a yearly basis outside of this COVID stuff. Go back to 2018, 2017, 2019, and look at the flu infection. They have flu infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. Yet I still can't find a single fucking person who got tested for the flu. So that doesn't mean that it's not there. Obviously it's there. But most people don't go to the fucking hospital to get tested for the flu. So if they made a mandate that you had to be tested from the flu, we would have hundreds of millions of fucking positive influenza positive people every single fucking year. And by the way, if you're getting tested, then when you go into the hospital and you have an issue with your heart, they would test you for influenza. And then if you got admitted for your heart problem and you tested positive for influenza, then you would be a case that is a influenza case. You were admitted with influenza. There is a huge difference between with COVID and from COVID. Those are two completely different fucking things. And so if we were to test the way that they test COVID, and we were to record our hospitalizations the way they did with COVID, and we were to record our deaths for influenza the way they did with COVID, COVID wouldn't be a blip on that fucking radar. But you're going to tell me that COVID is more transmissible than the flu? You're full of shit.
Well, the other thing too is the common cold is technically a coronavirus.
Yes, it is.
And one of the things that
it's not technically a coronavirus. It is a coronavirus.
Yeah, it is. And one of the things that I actually got flagged. So there are a couple of videos of mine that got flagged and taken down last year. One of them was when I read a scientific article stating that the common cold was a coronavirus. Okay? The other video that got taken down, I shit you not, was a simple parody video that I did where I had like a can of Corona and a can of Guinness, and I said I prefer the Guinness virus over the coronavirus. It was a real dumb dad type joke, but yet that got taken down for misinformation.
Yeah. Well, there was, and that's what I think I got hit in with too. They made some tweak to one of their algorithms to search for certain things, and everybody started getting just slammed by this algorithm. And older shit when they were running it on the older stuff. So there was about a 2-week period where everybody was just getting popped for medical misinformation. Because like I said, what I said last night is far worse than what I said on the hill I'll die on stream that I did. And that one got popped, and this one's just fine. So I think that was a change to their algorithm that fucked everybody, because I put my appeal in for that and the strike went off my channel and they never addressed the appeal, because I think it was a change to an algorithm.
Yeah. Now all those people that got, struck for saying that the virus came from China, turns out, those people are right.
Yeah, but they're right.
So now,
but that happens all the time. Everything we say, it ends up turning out that it's right, which is why I tell people all the time, like, yeah, I can point to you so many fucking things that they've gotten wrong. And the crazy thing is I don't have access to their data. I don't have access to their information. I don't have access to the documents that they have. I don't have access to the labs that they have. But we sit down here and use simple logic to say this is how a subversive government would try to take freedom from people. This is what we saw in 2001 when they were going to do this. And so here's the direction it's going to go. You're going to find out this. You're going to find out that. They're going to turn around and say that once enough people get vaxxed, they're going to say you still have to wear your fucking mask. The vaccines are going to start injuring people. The vaccines are going to start causing problems like Bell's palsy and we're saying all this shit. You have no idea what medical shit is going to happen. There's long-term effects. There's short-term effects. And at every single fucking step, everything we've said has come to pass.
Right.
And they still look at you like you're the fucking crazy person. Meanwhile, everything Fauci has said has pretty much been proven wrong. But hey, he's the medical expert, right? Well, how many times do you have to fucking be wrong, and how many times do I have to be right? Unless it's all bullshit and you're doing it for a different reason. You guys aren't that stupid, okay? You get into this mindset where you think they're all stupid. These are people who have unlimited access to analytics that I would only dream of being able to have access to, with the best analytic minds on the planet looking at this stuff. They know exactly what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, where it's going to happen, and them getting up and going, oh, mask, no mask. They want you to think they're stupid. And you know what? When I go to court, because if I don't get this religious exemption, I go to court, I want the organization I work for to think I'm fucking dumb. I want them to think I'm stupid, because then they'll underestimate what I'm capable of. And that's exactly why you have your Pelosi's, and you have your fucking Greens, and you have your Boberts, and you have all of these fucking people that just walk around, your AOCs and your Feinsteins. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm just a fucking dummy. Oh, because then you will underestimate what they're doing. And and by the time you realize that they know exactly what they're doing, it's too fucking late.
Yeah.
And you can't stop it because you underestimated them like a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, people underestimate. I mean, even with like locals like Owen, people underestimated him. But like he's not 147 IQ, but he knows what he's doing in terms of the grift.
His handlers know what they're doing. His handlers know what they're doing. If you haven't noticed, Owen never left Hollywood. He's got somebody that runs all of his technical stuff, all of his money stuff, all of his prep stuff. He goes to other streamers and steals their shit for his show prep. He's got a wife that takes care of all of his financials. He doesn't do shit, and he admits it. He's a Hollywood starlet that has handlers to do all of their shit. And if one of those fucking people decided to take all he has and walk away, he wouldn't know it until it's gone, because he doesn't do shit. He can't fire up a live stream on his own. He can't set that shit up. If he were doing it to multiple areas, he wouldn't be able to fire it up on Restream and connect it to his YouTube and shit like that. He doesn't know any of that. He doesn't even know how to fucking unban people.
Right. Well, my point,
Boddington does all that shit for him.
Well, my point in bringing him up, though, is there must be several others, like him. He's obviously the one that we know. Like all these, all these TikTokers that are promoting, the vax now. They obviously have handlers, at least the big ones.
No, what they have is they have an understanding of how to capitalize on incentive programs. So they understand, like everyone understands. I understand it too. If I decided to change my tune and pick up one of these fucking lanes and go up this lane, I would know what to say and what not to say and what to do and what not to do to easily go up that lane. You don't have to be in on it to serve them. You can serve yourself, but as long as you understand how to climb that ladder, or you have a company that is in charge of your getting you sponsors, in charge of promotion, as long as you have something like that and you have some bit of talent, then they'll send you up. The problem is you have to sell your own fucking belief system out to stay in that lane. If somebody comes up to you and says, hey, Semper, you can't fucking say that. What you said yesterday, you can't say. You need to come out today and apologize. And if I don't come out today and apologize, then I lose everything. So the question is, do I apologize and can you continue to keep what I have, or do I stand there and hold on to what I believe is right and wrong and lose everything? And that's not a hard decision to make. It just really depends on whether your soul is intact or it's not. And what they do is they vet people out at this level to find out whether they will play the fucking game. And then as they go up, they keep vetting people out. The higher you get, the more scrutinized you are. And the more scrutinized you are, the more you have to stay in line. And at some point, you're going to drop out, or you're going to get to the very top where you literally can't take one step to the left or one step to the right without fucking permission. And they're not in on it. They just understand, oh, well, if I want to continue to make money and I want to continue to be promoted, I can't talk about this. Even though it's something that I believe, even though, you know, I want to talk about, I can't say this, or I can't say this word, or I can't say something, because otherwise these people who are promoting me will stop. I have to agree with them.
That's kind of like there's this old movie. It's probably like 24 years old now, called Wag the Dog. That is pretty much like all about media.
Just recommended it today. It was actually, it's a movie that Stanley Kubrick made to show the he put some that was, I think, the last movie Stanley Kubrick made before he died. But yeah, it was a movie that was designed to show people how Kosovo and how the Gulf War happened. It's a great movie.
Oh yeah, it is. And I mean, yeah, there's the thing that was amazing for me to watch was just how afraid everyone became of COVID overnight. One day I'm attending, you know, classes and everything, things normal. The next day they're literally shutting everything down overnight.
Because they have 50 years of litmus tests on how to direct people's minds. Look, that's why everybody likes to take the Mandela effect and say, oh, it's time travelers. No, the Mandela effect is them testing to see how fast can we change the mass collective's memory of something. So say for Luke, I am your father, right? He never said that. He just said, I am your father. But you can get clip after clip after clip after clip of celebrities being on talk shows and news and different commercials and stuff where people are going, Luke, I am your father. Luke, I am your father. Luke, I am your father. So when you think back to the movie, you remember it being Luke, I am your father, because of the fact that they've drilled that subliminally in your head. And so they're doing all of these different litmus tests. Can we make a building appear that didn't appear before? You know, can we make people believe a certain line, like can we make them believe that it was hello Clarice instead of just good morning? Can we make people, can we use mass media to change people's perception of the past? Can we gaslight people? And all of that Mandela effect was a litmus test, just getting to the point where they become more and more and more and more and more efficient at gaslighting. And now they're really fucking good at it.
And they can also change their minds on a whim and then say, oh no, I never said that. I mean, I got into an argument with someone the other day because I brought up the fact that Fauci originally said that wearing masks would not be helpful. And someone said, oh, he never said that. And it took me a while, but I found the fucking clip of him saying that masks.
Doesn't matter. They're still not going to believe you. And that's how it works. But that's, I honest to God, I believe that's what the Mandela effect was just basically doing different scenarios and different controlled testing to see if they could get people to remember something differently in mass. It's mass. Oh, let's get all crazy. It's mass mind control. But mind control is a bad word. So what it is it is a test to get people to remember historical events differently than what they saw with their own fucking eyes.
Yeah.
And then what do? You make every single piece of media and everybody who's in a fucking lane of influencers turn around and say it's time traveling. It's time traveling. Oh, they're time travelers. Oh, it's aliens. So that way, anybody who talks about the Mandela effect ends up sounding like a fucking crazy person.
And I have to think that there are conspiracy people that are proved kind of to make people.
The last time I talked about the Mandela effect on stream, I had people in there go, "Oh, you're wrong. It's time traveling." Okay.
I had someone in like an Odyssey chat room a couple of weeks ago go the complete route that the vaccine, is actually like an alien technology to rewrite your genes for the aliens, and it's like, okay, that's not.
I saw that. I was cracking up about that. That it's modifying your DNA to make you a sufficient host for a symbiote alien to reside in. I watched that. I've mentioned it several times on stream. I think it's fucking hilarious. But here's the thing. It's just as plausible as anything else at this point.
Maybe, but also, if you think about it this way, that narrative is so far out. That narrative is so far out there. I personally don't believe it, but what I do believe is I think that narrative exists to say, oh, well, this is what all anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, but for me, it's not off limits at this point. With everything I've seen over the last few years, it's not off limits.
Oh no.
It's like, I've seen crazier shit. If you'd have told me 2 years ago we'd be locking down people and force vaccinating people and fucking beating the shit out of people who want to walk out of their house, I'd have laughed at you. So no, it's not off limits at all.
No,
I don't think it's probable, but it's definitely nothing goes off the table.
No, nothing is off limits. If a UFO were to appear and little green men wanted to come and come down, that wouldn't surprise me at all. But what I'm saying is
the answer to that, Ghost, is control of the media, because the media is what controls the government. Well, big money owns the media that controls the government. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, they take like the most outrageous of the conspiracies, which may be plausible at this point, but they paint all of us in that, broad brushstroke.
Well, there is the hollow Earth theory, Ghost, which is demons that live in the center of the Earth that can come out, and interdimensional demons. So it's just all nothing is off limits. I did that Theoretical Tuesday stuff for a long time, and even with me going and pulling the craziest conspiracy theories I can find to weave into a fictional story of how to take over the world, even with that, and I was going as balls out as I possibly could to find the craziest things I could find, I still wouldn't have. I wouldn't have even included something like that's happening now, because I would have thought it would be too unbelievable to weave into my fictional story.
Yeah, it's the saying "truth is stranger than fiction" really is true now, because it really It really is. We're living, and right now with all this censorship stuff, with all this censorship stuff, we're living in 1984 on steroids.
I don't even think Orwell could have fathomed this.
Neither could Ray Bradbury. I mean, Bradbury got pretty close with everyone being on antidepressants and, book burnings and big screen TVs, but, even then.
No, it's just insane, dude. But hey, it is 2:30 in the morning over in my neck of the woods there, Chief.
Yeah, it's 3:30 and people are starting to crash here. But
yes. So I am going to get out of here. I appreciate you hanging out with me today.
Oh, I really appreciate you coming in and hanging out with me today too. I was going to message you, and then I kind of figured, well, he's probably already got plans, but I appreciate you popping in and picking up on my mental telepathy. So
I was on Winning TV stream until about 10:30 my time, and then when we got off of it, I looked down and I saw you were live. I was like, fuck that. I already got my shit open. I'm already on mic and cam and all that stuff. I was like, I might as well just kind of go over there, see if he wants me to come on. So
oh sure. Well, I appreciate it. Anything you want to plug before YouTube gets rid of?
No, everybody in here knows where I am. It's Semper Reloaded on every single major platform except for Odyssey. Actually, I'm on Odyssey. I synchronize all my streams over to Odyssey, which is actually kind of a cool feature. But yeah, just I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Trovo for some fucking reason. I'm still on D Live, and I'm not 100% sure why. There's like 3 or 4 people that watch me on D Live, so I keep it on just for that reason. But Twitter and YouTube are my 2 main. I'm on Twitch, so if it's here, I'll post the link. Hold on, let me grab my link.
I'm on Twitch too, but I rarely use it.
I would dig a set of I would like to cultivate my Twitch a little bit more because I do play video games and stuff like that.
Yeah, I play COD Mobile on occasion on
yeah,
Twitch.
Caretaker, if I did Theoretical Tuesday nowadays, it would get every single one of my channels nuked, even though it's a fictional story.
Yeah, although shit. I mean,
there you go, Ghost. That's my channel.
I mean, you're a good storyteller, but shit, the elites have outdone you with reality. You can't.
No, you can't come up with this shit. So Ghost, if you want a suggestion from me, watch the last one I did. Watch 50's Fun and then Not of This World. Those are the 2 they got me to spiral on. So I appreciate the sub. Thank you.
Not of This World. I mean, I was there for that one, and that was one of your most intense ones. But I enjoy those, especially.
That's the one. That's the one I had to change the name of it because I bailed like in the first 10 minutes of the first video. I just went off. And it just never stopped, and so I went in and I changed the name of it. And then 50's Fun. There's about I would say 45 minutes to an hour worth of me just going fucking ballistic right in the middle of that stream. So
yeah,
but I don't know what's going on with my views, dude. I used to get on average anywhere between 200 and 250 views, and then for like the last year. I've been averaging probably 150 to 200. It's I don't know what happened. Like the more subs I get, the fewer views I get. It's really weird.
That's been the same thing with me too. Is I mean the only thing that I really get views on anymore is the whole interesting enough the whole Owen thing. But like I said, I don't like talking about Owen. So. For some reason the the YouTube gods will let me talk about that. But if I want to talk about even Afghanistan, God forbid, that's not going to show up.
Yeah, so if you go back a year ago, I was averaging probably like 200 views a stream, anyway up to 200 views to 600. Like I've got my Theoretical Tuesday for predictive programming is at 644. My Gear Up for War Gents is at 664. And then there was just this time where it just decided, okay, we're just going to stick you between 100 and 150 views. And that's going to be it forever.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I've been.
Yeah, when I was doing like early election stuff before COVID really hit, I was getting around like 500 views just doing like reading the news type of stuff. And then once COVID, became a thing and I started talking about it, my views just plummeted. So
now I bet if I decided to do nothing but Owen rant streams, I bet I could get my views up, but I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, neither am I. Well, not just that, but like, what is he doing anymore that would be worth that amount of time? He's not even.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's not even doing anything that's even interesting anymore. But anyway, well, like I said, I appreciate you coming on. So,
problem. All right. Well, I'll catch you later, brother.
All right. Thank you for coming on.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. And folks, that'll do it for the show from my end as well. So, I want to thank Semper Reloaded for once again coming on and joining us. And also, I'd like to thank Apex for popping in as well. And from all of us here at NGC Studios, good night, God bless, God save the Skate Nation, God, freedom, legacy, in that order. Be sure to follow me on all the social media links down below, and for the podcast listeners in the show description as well. And I'll see you next time on the Whitfield Report.